Okay, thank you. Thank you, Council. Sorry about that. I was having some technical
Muy
issues
bien,
with
muchas gracias. Yo estaba teniendo.
being connected. Is that mine? Okay, well, thank you, everyone, and welcome to our meeting. Thank you. This is our joint city council successor agency housing authority and successor housing agency regular meeting Wednesday, December 17th. So thank you again for all of those that are joining us here, those that are here in our chambers, and thank you for those that are joining us also via our Zoom and those that are joining us via our YouTube channel. Again, as we like to say, your participation is really critical to civic engagement and to the public participation process. So we're really excited to have you tonight. So with that, before I begin, I do want to open this the meeting, the public meeting today at 6:06 before we begin. So thank you so much. Just a couple of reminders before we begin. The public does have several options to join today's meeting and to make public comments. For today, if we do have the meeting ID that's located on the agenda, so you can join us using that meeting ID. And for today's agenda, the meeting ID is 840-0025-4058. You can also call us via telephone at 1-669-900-6833. You can also, as this meeting is also being streamed on our YouTube channel, you can also join us there. However, just as a matter of caution, comments that are made there will not be made part of the public record. So you do need to join us either on via Zoom, utilizing that meeting ID, or in person here also utilizing that telephone number. We do have a translator that's available for every meeting as well. So with that, thank you again for joining us. And if I can have our city clerk, please take roll call at this time.
Mayor Ana Velasquez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fernando Cabrera.
Here.
Councilmember Fernando Ansaldo.
Here.
Councilmember Elisa Damalos.
Here.
Councilmember Ben Caldera.
Here.
Perfect. And with that, we do have, if we can join us on our Pledge of Allegiance. And Doris, if you could please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to our next item on the agenda is additions and modifications. Do we have any additions or modifications to the agenda for today?
No, we do not.
No, okay. So no additions or modifications. So at this time, then we'll move on to our next item, which are our public comments. So at this time, any member of the public may address the council on any items that are not appearing on the agenda, but are of the interest to the public that are within the jurisdiction of the council. Speakers do have 3 minutes. Please be brief and to the point. So just as a reminder, for those that are joining us on Zoom, if you are going to make any public, so to any comments once we get to that area, to the Zoom, those that are joining us via Zoom, if you can please utilize your raise hand feature so we can recognize you. And again, please be brief and to the point. And as we always say, please refrain from making any comments that are personal attacks or derogatory comments. We want to make sure that we remain cordial, and please make sure also that you don't interrupt other speakers when they're speaking. Please make sure that they finish, allow them to finish speaking. So thank you. So with that, we will turn it over to any public comments.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. I just wanted to quickly introduce myself. My name is Eric Mora, and I'm the new Community Engagement Manager for the City of Soledad. I'm really excited to be here, and just wanted to formally introduce myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Do we have any other members of the public that are joining us here in our council chambers that'd like to make any public comments? Okay, then let me take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. If there's any members of our public that are joining us via Zoom that'd like to make any public comments? Okay, and I am not seeing any raised hands. Okay, so with that, then seeing that there is no public comments on Zoom, then I will close the public comment portion and then we will move on then to our next item on our agenda. And so at this time, we have council presentations. So we do have a special council presentation today. We actually have a proclamation of the city council of the city of Soledad in honor of Pia Francioni on her 100th birthday. So we are excited to actually have Pia here with us and her daughter that are joining us here. So if we can have Pia and Doris Galardi, please join us here at the podium. And we do, Pia, we have a proclamation, so I'm gonna read this proclamation in honor of Pia. So, yes. So this is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad in honor of Pia Francioni on her 100th birthday. Whereas Pia Francioni was born on November 5th, 1925 in a small town of, and I'm probably gonna say this incorrectly, but Mogeño, okay, totally got it wrong, Switzerland, where she attended the local school and she learned not just reading, writing, and math, but also handiwork for the home and farm, as well as all kinds of sewing. And whereas Pia Francioni had a strong work ethic and was proud to say that throughout her years of growing up, she would match the hard work of any boy her age. There you go, Pia. And whereas after finishing school, Pia Francioni did what all other teenage girls what Valley Magia did, cook, clean, constant farm chores, feed the animals, clean out manure, fix things, make things, hand reaping the fields of hay, gathering the hay by hand onto the wagons and unloading it into the barns before winter, sewing and stitching clothes, sun up to sundown. Such was the yearly life of young women in the small remote valleys of Switzerland in those days. Thank you, Pia, for reminding us of how life was. Whereas Pia Francioni eventually met her husband, Henry Francioni from California, while he was just happening to visit a friend in Mogeño, sorry, Mogeño. At the time and 2 years later in 1952, they were married and decided to live in California. And whereas Pia Francioni and Henry Francioni had 2 children, Henry Jr., born in 1958, and Doris, born in 1961. And whereas the job that Pia Francioni was most proud of was working later as state grape inspector at the Gonzalez Winery for 17 years before retirement. Whereas being the last remaining Soledad resident born from Switzerland, when asked how she has lived so many years, Pia Francioni says, "Get up at 6:30 and every day do something." That's great advice, Pia. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Soledad does hereby celebrate Pia Francioni on the occasion of her 100th birthday and wish her continued joy and happiness and many, many, many more years, Pia. Congratulations. Pia, thank you so much. We are so excited to have you here with us and congratulations. So Doris, I don't know if you and if your mom wants to say anything.
Yeah, my mom,
more.
I'll speak for her, but Mayor Anna
you.
Velasquez and city council members. We just want to thank you so much for your dedication and your hard work. Soledad has just been a part of our lives forever. And you guys are a part of really who my mother is. You work hard, you selfishly give to the city of Soledad. which she truly holds in her heart. And we're just so proud to be part of Soledad.
Yes,
So,
thank you.
you.
Thank you. And Pia's a firecracker and we love
Oh,
her.
she is. So I spent the night last night, and I have to tell you something. She's worked hard all her life. So last night I spent the night and she went to bed. I got her to bed at 10. She didn't want to. Reluctantly, she would have stayed up till 11. And she does still get up at 6:30. She rings her bell and I'm in the other room. And I'm like, really, Mom? Stay in. So no, we got up at 6:30 in the morning and she still does. And her motto is you just get up, get dressed and start your day and work hard. Don't ever, don't ever let those aches and pains get you down. You just have to keep going because life's so wonderful and our city, Soledad, we need people like you to serve in our city council. And thank you very much. We're very all appreciative of the hard work you do. We're
Thank
very
you.
honored.
Yeah, we're appreciative of her.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. So we're gonna, thank you. So we're gonna pause for a bit. If we can take a picture.
Oh,
with her.
absolutely. With everybody?
Yes,
Perfect.
yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
She was very tickled.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you for the flexibility of allowing us to take some photos with Pia. So it's awesome to be able to see the energy that one has when you reach 100. You know, we all hope to have that same kind of energy. Okay, so we move on to our next item of business, which is now our consent calendar. So for today, we do have 6 items on our consent calendar. So before we move forward, do any members of the council wish, oh, well, let me go to the public first. Do any members of the public wish to pull any items from the consent calendar for discussion or comment? For those that are joining us here, in our chambers? No, do any members of the public that are joining us, via Zoom? And my, Diego, just, my, internet still going on in and out, so do we have, oh, it's back. Do we have any members? Yeah. Oh, I can see it, but I can't see if anybody's raising their hand. Okay. Okay, so seeing none, then do any members of the council wish to pull an item from the consent calendar for discussion or comment? So I do, I have item 6 that I want to just pull for comment. Oh, wow, for
Comment? Comment is,
for no, so sorry, let me,
For discussion
For dis-
purposes.
yes.
Okay.
Okay, so with that, then I'll entertain a motion for the council to approve item C-1 to C-5.
So moved.
Okay, I have
Second.
a motion, a first and a second on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. Okay, thank you, council. So on item C-6, I know I had asked for this item to come back, and thank you, Megan. I want to say thank you first for bringing this item back and providing us with information and clarity in terms of what are some of those items that we wanted to approve on the list for the in-kind services and those that we wanted to make sure that were attributed for sponsored city events that contained the closure, and then the city events that were more related to that didn't include the events with no street closures. I think for me, what I want to see for us to come back, and maybe this is in terms of the budget for the budget cycle, when we look at the budget in June, when we come back and look at the budget, is just making sure that we have a better understanding. And I know it did have some information in the report, but I do want to make sure that we do see allocation for some of these items of what's a cost attributed to that. And then also having maybe a chart that has more of the outcomes outlined. What is a city sponsored event? What are the responsibilities when we have a city sponsored event versus a non-city sponsored event? What's the role of the city? How many staff are involved, and then some of the expenditures. That way we have a better understanding of what is the actual cost per those events that we, either one, whether we undertake those events or whether those events that we co-sponsor as well, what are those actual costs? And I want to make sure that for the budget year, when we are looking at the budget for next year, that we do have some of those costs. I know that in the report, it did talk about the total amount probably ranges between 10 to 15,000, but I think it's important for us as we're looking at the budget for next year to really have a better understanding of what those costs are. I know we, obviously with some of the events that we have as part of the recreation department, we have some of those budgeted costs within that specific department, but really coming back and looking at those as part of how much, what are the allocation, what is the budget costs on those as well.
Yeah, and through the chair, yes, we would have to do that because most of the events that are going to be costly are actually in the new fiscal year. So we'll have to, when we do our annual budget, we'll have to reflect that. And that at that time, we'll have some sense of what these will cost us, but we'll probably have to put a cap as to how much we can expend and then seek sponsorships to offset those costs. Because a lot of, I think one of the challenges of really nailing down the budget is many of the events that we have, we get sponsorships. So it helps defray some of the costs. So while we have the expenses, sometimes we have a good example is in past years for hot summer days, we had someone who donated the porta potties. So while that's a pretty significant expense, there would be some offsetting. So in any event, I guess my point, to be a little bit more to the point, is that we will have to do this as part of the fiscal year 26-27 budget. And at that point, council would have to approve a subsequent line item for those expenditures. But at least by blessing this list, we know that this would be this helps us with budgeting, because we know that these are the events that we have to look at and get those costs instead of the whole gamut of every event.
Yeah, no, thank you, Megan. And I think because I know I had asked for it multiple times and I wanted the budget associated with it, I just want to make sure that I'm okay with approving the list tonight, but bringing it back during the budget process just to make sure it doesn't get lost. That we approve then back in, bring it back in May and June, and then that gives more time for staff obviously to gather that and to be able to have more comprehensive information in terms of the budget and the financials and what that's going to cost. So when we do those approvals, and we have more of that information before us, and we can make a better assessment and assumption of what the costs are at that time. Sure. Okay, so that was my concern on this one, just so that way it doesn't get lost. So thank you. Okay, so with that, then I'll entertain a motion if there's no questions or no additional.
I do have a question to the chair. I don't see a list of anything naming Harvest Night. That is a yearly event that we don't sponsor, but actually we do, right? Because it's let them borrow the community center.
We have, and I think we have some other events where we're not really the lead or the co-lead.
Okay.
We do partner with them. And so I think this one would come back for council for approval. Same with, Day of the, El Día
Okay.
del Niño.
No.
Yeah, and one of the complications specific to Harvest Night that we will have is it falls on a Saturday.
Okay.
And we typically close earlier, so there'll be some expenditures, if we would have to have staff. So now we're staffing folks that we don't typically do. In the past, we were during the week and we had the staff there. So that's a conversation that we need to have with the church, which we want to be collaborative, but we just, then have to have a discussion about the expenses, and then we would bring that back to council.
Okay, so it'll come back to us.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Just a quick comment, if I may. It is an important event, and I would like for us to have the conversation a lot sooner than we did this year to kind of plan out our event that we do with Dia de los Muertos and Harvest Night, because it is landing on a Saturday, just to have some sort of plan or collaboration if possible.
Yeah, I think I understood that the direction is from council to see how we could work together so that we could potentially accommodate their event. But of course, we need to bring what that expenditure looks like. And maybe we'll know that even as we're looking at our expenses for the next fiscal year. But yeah, we can bring those events on a case by case basis for the council to decide, do we want to support that?
Yeah, thank you, Megan. And my last comment on this is, I know when we looked at this in the past, when we've looked at the sponsorships in the past or the events, I know we had not included the conversation about the city events. And I understand that there is attributed staff time to that. So I think it's important to have a conversation about the budget, right? But I think when we've done this process with, in the past, it hasn't included the city-led events. It's only included the events that we've sponsored or co-sponsored. I mean, the events that we've co-sponsored, not necessarily the events that the city has led. So this is a little bit different
Mhm.
than what we've done in the past. So I think for me, is if we're looking at the entirety of the budget, I think it needs to be a comprehensive review of what the costs are overall for what we do, if we're including that as part of what we co-sponsor.
Yeah, and through the chair, I think what maybe what our understanding from staff is that this list represents what kind of is the city priority of where we would put our investment, because they're either city led or city is like a co-lead, but other events are led by another organization that we might support. And so we can definitely bring those costs on a case by case basis. And in some cases, we may know at the fiscal year about those costs, but that our understanding is that the city resources would go to this list of events kind of as a priority, I guess you could say. And there's two, and the reason why the resolution is drafted that way is the way that our current regulations read, and it's a little bit confusing if it applies to city led, city led events or not, but it talks about in-kind resources and needing city council approval for that. And then some of the street closure language also. So it's been a little fuzzy for us whether these events really should come back. And so this way we're clear that yes, we're coming back to you. We're approving this list. This is something that you would be interested providing those in-kind resources, and then we can budget every year for that. And then on a case by case basis, we can consider these other partnerships with Harvest Fest. But they would come on a case by case basis.
I have a question for clarity. City sponsored events, we sponsor, oh, my Siri's going off. We sponsor the 4th of July festivities. I thought that was done through a committee outside of us.
No, for at least since I've been here, we've paid for half the fireworks show. And we've participated pretty heavily. Rec and Parks has been very involved in it. I mean, it's a true partnership, but we've been, at least since I've been here, we've been a very active part of that.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought that moving forward, we weren't going to be sponsoring the fireworks though. Is that coming back later?
We have told, we're gonna be meeting with the fireworks group, but we have told them that we're not going to pay for it.
Okay.
Thus far, we don't have a budget line item from last year, so.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think just the clarity in terms of, and I think that's why for me, it's important, Megan, when we come back, when we bring this back closer to the budget, I think that's why for me, it's important to be able to understand what the roles are. And I think that needs to be outlined. What is the role of the city? What is the role of the lead of the entity of the agency that's taking the lead? So that way it's really clear, because I think in some of the committees, from what it was traditionally in others, and I know you've been here for 2 years, but there's been a history with some of the different committees. Some roles have been a little bit more overlapped. So I think it's really important to be able to outline what is the role of the city and how much, and what is the role of the entity, and for it to be really clear. But so I think it's important when it comes back that there's clarity on that.
Yeah, I think through the chair, maybe to clarify, like the list that we're providing here, we are either lead or co-lead. So I would say that our role is very prominent. I believe it probably was not described in the past that we played a pretty major role. Like the Christmas parade is a huge undertaking and involves a significant police presence. And I think it probably has for some time, but we probably until recently haven't really always outlined what the true costs have been. And so I think now the executive team kind of talked through all of the events that we do and what our roles are. And we came up with this list because these are the events that we take a heavy, we're either leading and maybe in some cases we're inviting people to show up, like the Veterans Day, but we're doing that event. And thanks to the mayor who started that, with having the first breakfast. Versus, in the case of the 4th of July committee, we have, to my knowledge, based on what the police and fire department have told me, we've had a big role because we've had fireworks and the fire department has to be on site. We have a little parade, so then we have, so these events represent those that we are a lead or a heavy co-lead where there's a lot.
And I think that's okay, but it's just making sure we define that, right? Because I know like the 4th of July committee does a lot of the other stuff, right? So it's just defining that because the role of the police in that and fire is obviously, it's specific, right? But just having those definitions.
Sure.
And the Christmas parade before, like the chamber before took a lot of the lead, right? And so they took a big role in leading all of the activities, which they had different activities. Our role was really specific in terms of police and fire, right? So now it's a lot more with recreation and different things, right? But so I think just defining what is the role now, because it has changed. I think it's important to be able to understand that.
Yeah.
So.
And maybe, as part of the budgetary process, we can just clarify that. And then I think that will help because obviously we are going to come back to discuss the budget.
To the chair too. I agree with Mayor Velasquez, just to kind of sum it up, because I'm part of the other committees as well, just to kind of just elaborate, the roles of the city, if they're partnering or co-leading with the other committees. So I think that's a good idea coming to the next fiscal year, because I know that we have budgeted for this year, but now we have to prepare for next year.
And also quick comment too, I think it would be timely also to have like a dollar amount because we are going to be going through some challenges in our budget moving forward, especially with potentially moving to what is it, 3-1 staffing for the fire and stuff like that too, and making sure that we can justify like the amount that we are using for events versus the amount that we need for other items. Trying to make sense, but I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think we can create a line item for events. And that would be the line item for these
Got it.
events of this list. And then I think we can talk about perhaps in the past, what we have done is the council had a line item for, like sponsorships that we would do with other entities. And it was, I believe it's $5,000. And so council, we would bring those items back to council. And then if council wanted to support that, then that would be kind of the one that was outside of these other.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. And my last comment is how do we tie this back to the strategic goals? And I don't want to forget about that because I think as we continue to have conversations about a lot of the stuff that we've been doing and things that are going to come up again, we invested a lot of time, energy, and money in the strategic goals. And I think it's important for us to continue to for us to really ensure that we're having conversations about our strategic goals and how everything that we do moving forward is how does it tie back to our strategic goals? How are we, I know these have been some of the longstanding, events that we have, but I think there's still a way to go back and tie them into our community places, right? Tie them into some of our economic development, tie them into, other things that do meet the strategic goal. So I think it's critical that we continue, that we start having that language within our conversations of the budget, especially when it has to do with budget items, that we include the strategic goal conversation and items that we're approving, that we're, budgeting funds for, so that way it doesn't get lost. I don't want to lose a strategic goal effort that we did because it was very intensive, and we want to make sure that we use that.
Through the chair,
Mhm.
could you, Megan, could you remind me what we're doing with this list? Just approving the list, or, because it seems like we're talking about individual items already. What are we doing here? We're just approving the list, or?
Mhm. Yeah, we are approving the list. And so what will happen is instead of coming back to get your approval for the street closures, this would approve the street closures and the sponsorship. And then the only time we would talk about these items is just when you budget for them in 26.
But they are coming back on the budget.
Just
budget and-
probably not the list, more like, are we,
But in-
this is the proposed allocation based on these.
Based on the.
Yeah, and then you guys can decide like, well, that's too much. You could even say like, I'd rather allocate,
Yeah, But
2,000,
but
yeah.
that's what I mean, that,
Yeah.
for that purpose, it's gonna come back.
Yeah.
later. So that we can just either approve or not approve the list, and then wait until they come back for that.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
approving the list, because there are a couple items in there that will happen, like the pride flag raising happens in June. So you're approving this list, and we would, that cost of that is negligible, and it's easy to pay for it within our current budget.
Okay.
But the next, I think where it gets expensive are the hot summer days, the Christmas parade, the 4th of July. And so we'll just come back with the cost in
Mhm.
the budget.
Yeah, but I just want to clarify, because I don't want to I don't want any miscommunication on my part. So because I pulled it, I want to make sure when it comes back in the budget cycle, this same list, if we approve it tonight, all that's coming back to us with a cost associated with how much all of that is going to cost us in the next budget cycle. Correct? Because that's what I'm asking you for.
You would approve the budget for the
For all
events,
these.
for the
items.
events. Yeah.
Yes, okay, that's what I'm,
Yeah.
because that's what I want. I
But
wanna
you're
make sure
not reapproving the events. You
no.
would be approving the events tonight, but
with all of the budget.
the budget
Okay,
part would
yeah,
come back.
So, okay, that's what I want to make sure happens. Okay, perfect. Okay, so with that, council, no further comments, then I'll entertain a motion to approve resolution 6317.
So moved.
Okay,
Second,
I have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
I,
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go on to our next item of business, and it's resolution number 6316, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad approving the updated Parks and Recreation fee schedule for fiscal year 2025-2026. And I will turn this over to Jessica Potts, our Recreation Director.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Jessica Potts, Parks and Recreation Director. Go big. I am here tonight to present to you resolution for a fee update for the Parks and Recreation Department. We are about halfway through our 5th year of operation. It's been a wild ride since we opened June of 21. At the time, the fees were established to be low, accessible, and have remained mostly unchanged for the most part since then. Operating costs have increased as everything else has. We just last meeting brought to you a minimum wage increase. When we opened the department, something new to the city was a part-time seasonal staff, which comes with annual, so far anyways, updates in wages. And so that has been something that's been increasing every year. This year did have a little bit of a higher adjustment. So the updates are intended to keep support programs sustainability. So when analyzing this, we were still trying to keep in mind keeping youth programs a priority, keeping community access as a priority. We did a modest increase to help bridge a widening gap between costs and revenue. What you see here is a quick snapshot of the changes, and they were still. I just got lost.
Yes.
Oh, you're having internet
We're having
issues?
Internet issues.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to continue forth and you're
Yeah,
just going to
go
pretend
ahead.
it's really pretty and you like the.
Sure.
Sorry. So we're trying to widen the gap between the costs and the revenue. The programs are still remain highly subsidized by Measure S and the general fund. And we still have other routes to keep even the programs accessible to the community through the scholarships that that the council as a board approved in 2022. The program fees themselves, as written into the fee schedule, are still according to the cost, the need, the market. So we do have a little fluctuation that goes there as prices increase, as wages increase. So these are really more focused on the rentals, the membership, park usage by the community, organized sports, et cetera. In doing those, we did focus on still providing a cost benefit to the nonprofits versus the for-profits, and to the residents versus non-residents using our facilities. So the goal, I can see this, you guys can't. Nope, neither of us can see it. So the goal is to help support sustainable operations of facilities, to help to sustain the delivery of programs and community events, and to help with the long-term stability of the Parks and Recreation Department. These updates allow us to responsibly maintain the programs and facilities the community already relies on, while continuing to prioritize the access to the offerings that we have. So with that, if you have any questions, I am here to answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Jessica. Let me take it out to the public first, and then I'll bring it to the council for any comments or questions. So any members of the public that are joining us here in our council chambers have any comments or questions? No? Okay, so let me take it out to those that are joining us. Any members of the public that are joining us via Zoom have any questions or comments? Okay, and I see no hands raised, so I will bring it back then to the council for, and it'll be open questions or comments at this point. So I'll start with Councilmember Caldera.
Just want to say thank you, Jessica. Actually, no questions for me. I think it's, we were overdue on increasing our fees anyways. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
Yeah, I do have a couple questions. For the facility rental rates, where it says multi-purpose rooms, weekday meetings, Friday to Sunday, is it weekday or is it Friday to Sunday?
I don't have that in front of me, but so basically the events are Friday to Sunday. That is a block rate for 6 hours with an additional add-on if they need to go over 6. The meetings themselves are by individual hour, and those are usually Monday through Friday.
Okay. And then for the, sorry, hold on. Where am I? My internet also.
Yeah.
For the fitness center, I do see adult couple, senior couple.
Mhm.
When it says adult couple, $50, that's for like the unit of couple, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then so Same thing for senior couple. It's 15 a senior, 20 for a couple, and that's couple as a whole.
Correct.
Cool. Okay. Just making sure. And then I also had a question about, sorry, let me scroll back up. One more. Where it says city departments may book a space at the community center free of charge with advance notice. Is that if it's like something that the council wants to host, like in collaboration with the city for residents, does that include the council as well, or is there a fee for the council?
No, as long as it's part of the council business,
Okay.
you know, like if you were gonna have a quinceañera party.
No.
then yeah, but yes, of course, we would do that if there's availability.
Got it. I
Yeah,
just
so we asked for 30 days prior, city as well as you. And then it does have to be a body choice. So yeah, like Megan said, it couldn't be you running a your mayoral campaign there or anything like that, but.
out mayor.
Hmm.
So-
Okay. And then just for clarity also, is that also for just for the community center, or is that for like the parks and stuff too?
Through us, that's for the parks as well.
Okay, just asking because in Salinas, they charge certain council members. So I wanted to check.
We'll have to keep that in mind for the next fee schedule.
Mm,
I mean,
Maybe not.
and just through the chair, one clarification I should make, for
Clear on what we're.
and this is true of departments, like we wouldn't treat the council different than the departments, but if we have like a paying class or whatever, and it's not available,
Yeah.
we prioritize our programs first.
Correct.
Because we have people who are paying to go to those programs. So, or if we do have, someone has an event and they paid us for the event, but when we have availability, we would not
Yeah.
charge you for that.
Yeah, so we don't move a priorly scheduled program or booking for staff uses. Yeah, unless it's an emergency.
And then just for clarification, I'm asking for like a town hall type of event. That's what I mean. I don't
Mhm.
mean like a party or something.
Yeah, yeah,
just
yeah.
For
Okay.
clarity.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, because I wasn't clear on that. I don't think we've ever been told that, so I don't think that was ever something that we understood that was available for the council to be able to have a town hall in a city facility. Unless it was directed by.
I mean, but we do kind of do that already. The state of the city is kind of a town hall type situation. We have
But
had,
that's with, I mean, but that's for me has been something different because it's been a city more, so with that is like more of a city event, but where I've had to like really push for that to be able to say, hey, this is a city initiative, to be able to reach out to our residents to ensure that they had updates regarding the city and what we were doing, to be able to share information on our highlights. But so that's been really different, and I know I had to push for that like several years ago to be able to have that. So but I wasn't aware that town halls and stuff like that.
Yeah,
was
I-
open to our facilities.
To the chair, can you give us an example, Jessica, maybe so that way we can get some clarity
Yeah.
from,
Yeah.
yeah,
If you don't mind, maybe.
yeah, just give us
I-
an example.
So I think the balance or the challenge that we're reflecting is not necessarily the room,
Mhm.
having access to the room, because if it's a city function, we don't charge. You're part of the city, right? I think the challenge and the balance that we need probably further dialogue on or discussion on is that if all council members want to have a town hall every month, that causes a lot of work, additional work, because we still have to set up the room. We have to provide technology that might mean Diego's time. If it's in the evening, it might result in overtime. So it's really about the resources, and I think you guys can dictate or talk about, okay, what's reasonable. Do each of us get 2 city functions in a year. You know, what is kind of a reasonable thing that we as a city staff can support? Because, you know, when you're using our facilities, whether it's Jessica's team or Public Works Maintenance or myself or whoever, you know, or Eric to get the information out, it takes resources, and we have a big work program. But that being said, you know, if we come up with a mechanism to say, you know, everyone gets 2 a year, I'm just throwing that out, then we know we're gonna support you to do those town halls.
Megan, and let me rephrase what I said. So not to say that you guys aren't supportive, but I think for me, the notion was that because there was a lack of resources where these facilities are being, people charged for these facilities, right? That obviously we don't want to utilize those city resources that other people are gonna, you know, you can charge other people to utilize those where we know there's a cost to that. And being vigilant about not utilization of those city resources, right? And the budget as well, and staff time. I think I've always had that in mind, especially coming from, you know, working at a city, right? So I think for me, that was kind of the framework that I've always been under, right? So I just wanted to clarify, not to say that you guys have never been like responsive.
No, and I think that's accurate. Is, as Megan said, we do have a lot of programs going. That was the mission of what we you know, started the department for. And so yes, trying to find space is not always easy. And as we mentioned, programs do come first. We do have people that pay to do those programs. And when we shuffle them, you know, as parents, we know that when I sign up my child to do Wednesdays, and then they tell me, oh, it's going to be Tuesday, I'm like, wait, that's not in my schedule. I signed up for Wednesdays. And so we really try to avoid that. And so yes, the ability to use the facility is there. It's just sometimes it is a shell game and trying to figure out how to make that work.
Yeah, but you know what? But thank you. But I think we're going down a rabbit hole. So I think let's come back to the conversation that we're having about the fee schedule, so we can have that conversation later.
Yeah.
So let's come back. Let's talk about the fee schedule. So let's have additional questions in regards to fee schedule. So we can have those conversations about council at a later time in terms of, you know, utilization of those facilities. So I appreciate bringing that up, because I think council wants to have those conversations, but we'll have them at an additional time that we can schedule that for a conversation.
Absolutely.
But Councilmember Ansaldo, do you have any additional questions before we move on?
Yes, I do. So for security fees, $40 an hour for security guard, do we facilitate hiring security?
Yes, we do. We do run it through our booking so that the security guard works for us in our facility to protect our assets, so that there's no time where the renter is able to say, no, they work for me. They actually work for us.
Okay.
But we do a pass-through fee.
Do we have like a set, like, I was gonna say firm.
We don't have a contract or anything like that. We tend to use one specifically because the quotes are more reasonable cost wise.
Cool. I think that was my last question. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
That was actually great, because we rented that room like 10 years ago, and the security was working for us. So they were doing what we said to do. And that is particularly important, because when somebody brings alcohol, not alcohol, but liquor, then our facility doesn't allow the sale or the distribution of liquor. And I remember that time, allegedly, somebody introduced something and it was allowed to do it. But that is wonderful. I don't have questions really, because I know that we haven't raised our prices for a long time. And this time we have spent a lot of money in that place so that it is comfortable and that is easy to use. We need more. We need more. And I want the residents to understand that we need more money to make that place completely beautiful for whoever is going to use it. A lot of our kids use them every day. There is a lot of people going in and out, and I want to thank you for all the programs that you brought. I was lucky enough that one person that I know created conflict at the beginning, and I was able to understand all the process that you are talking about, including the fact that if we ask, it is easy to understand that we can use it without paying or without any more than any other nonprofit organizations. Like at that time, I was asking for how much is the price for a nonprofit organization, and you have a lot of patience with me explaining all the process, and I want to thank you. And I will encourage everybody to ask questions about that. Maybe not today because it is a different issue that we're talking about, but communicate with the center so that you know exactly what are the fees, what are the availability, and what are the conditions that you can rent the place. When you were saying except for emergencies, and I was thinking maybe my birthday is an emergency, but not. It is not considered an emergency. So I hope I can get one day use the facilities as an elected official so that I can provide services for my residents. And I thank you so much for all the work. I probably not going to be able to thank you as much as I should, but I want you to understand that I want you to know that I appreciate all the work that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilwoman Manolas.
2 questions. The park usage fees, it says lights, 1 token equals 30 minutes. What's a token? Token is just more.
So Varsity Park still has an old school method of token, kind of like when you used to go to the arcade and you had those tokens. It's
Mhm.
just like that. It's got a token system where they come to the community center, purchase a token, and then when they go out there, they put it into a little slot feeder and it turns the lights on for 30 minutes.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay.
Old fashioned.
Mhm.
And the bounce houses, it says not applicable. Are
That-
we?
That's
creating-
actually for for an annual permit. We're not doing that. We do have a process for a bounce house, but the issue comes down to nobody will provide the insurance for bounce houses,
Okay.
and we require that.
Okay. All right. And then one last question. I know it's not on here. Maybe it's probably on another time. Do we have that discount program still?
The
But that's like
discount
for,
program,
like say if there's families that are unable to meet.
scholarship program.
There you go,
Yes, we do.
scholarships. Okay.
Yes, we do. It is mainly utilized for our break camps. That's where we see
Okay.
the highest number of people applying.
All right. No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Jessica, I have a question, and on the bottom of the last page, it has on the bottom requires picnic area reservation and insurance. So we require insurance for the picnic areas?
You know what? That is, now that you point that out, that's something that we actually probably should remove
okay.
from there. It was originally, a lot of other municipalities do require that. But Megan and I had a discussion fairly early on her coming on, is that it really makes it inaccessible for our community.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, if we're requiring reservations for the picnic area and insurance, I don't know how many people would
Yeah.
provide insurance, because that would make it infeasible for many of our residents to provide that.
Yes.
Just if they have a bounce house.
Yes. If they have if they have a bounce house, it
That's
is
the way I
required.
interpret it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I interpreted too.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I did it because the bounce house on top is bounce house annual vendor permit, and it doesn't. It says requires picnic area reservation and
Yeah.
insurance, but it doesn't have bounce house next to it.
And I'll have to look at that. I can't, I'm not able to open things. It's not working so well for me, but I'll re-look at that and make sure that that's clearer.
So
Yeah,
for
is it not-
clarity, it's a footnote, and the footnote only exists after bounce.
That's what I thought. Is it,
Yeah.
I think there's an
It's not
asterisk next to the bounce house to
It's a
clarify.
footnote.
Oh,
So
because it
there's-
has 2 next to the bounce
Yeah.
house.
Yeah.
Got it.
That's what I thought, but I
That's
don't
what
have it in front of
Okay.
me.
Yeah, so maybe we just wanna,
Change the footnote.
reservation,
I think it makes sense.
I mean, I could add
Oh.
for bounce house
or
on
just
on
put
there.
it right next to the bounce house.
Yeah.
So we don't need the footnote.
Okay, I'll look at it and make that adjustment.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
And then I have a question on the lights, and maybe not on the token for these lights, because that's more specific to Vosti because it requires the tokens, but since we're doing the park usage fees, I don't know on the Gallardo, is it? Maybe
Yes.
It is the Gallardo lights. And now also on the La Santana ones, because I've seen them on at nighttime, and sometimes there's only one or two people out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I know electricity is really expensive.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the process? Like, do we charge for the lights to be on? And what is is that a part of this park usage fee? And where is that located?
Yes, so Santana, when we put in those lights, at that time, because we were trying to provide that service, this new availability, a park that can be used after hours, we did set those as a standard dusk till 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, it flicks, goes off lower for 10 minutes while people can leave,
Oh,
and then it goes off automatically. And that's just a standard.
okay, so that's no.
No, so whether people are there or not, it's there. For the softball and baseball fields, those are by rental, by organized sports. And those are also programmed. So they go off after their paid usage.
So they're part of the token?
Yeah, yes. And again, I don't have it in front of me to clarify how that is written, but yes, it's $1 an hour. Right, no, $2 an hour.
Okay, so it's the same.
It's a part of it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and Jessica, so we didn't change that, so that's enough, $2, that's enough?
To my understanding, and this is, I don't see the bills, but to my understanding, it's actually way less than you would think to run those lights. That's my understanding.
Okay. Okay, well, those are all the questions I have. I mean, my just brief comment is, I know they haven't been increased since 2021, and obviously, as you mentioned, wages have increased, and we have another one in 2026, and these haven't. And I do see there's, I mean, it's a lot of usage, and that's a good thing, right? We have a lot of usage, and I just think for me, as we're moving forward, also just any kind of just my 2 cents in terms of the recommendations as we move forward, just doing evaluations and program participation surveys to just kind of conduct those determinations in terms of what programs the residents want to see and continue to see. I know you do a lot of different programming, but just looking at those as well. And you know, which ones are the ones that continue that, you know, people want to continue to see in our recreation programming. But I know the gym's highly used. You have a lot of people there at different times in the morning, and so it's it's busy all the time. So thank you. Okay, council. So with that, if there's no further comments or questions on this item, then I'll entertain a motion to approve resolution number 6316.
So moved.
Yeah.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, we'll move on to our next item of business, which is introduction and waiver of reading and first reading by title only of ordinance number 776, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Soledad, amending various sections of Title 17, zoning of Soledad Municipal Code to incorporate new regulations pertaining to allowable uses, ordinance number 777, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Soledad, amending chapter 17.38.260, secondary residential units of Title 17, zoning of the Soledad Municipal Code, ordinance number 778, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Soledad, amending chapter 17.39, density bonus, Title 17, zoning of the Soledad Municipal Code to incorporate new regulations pertaining to state law and implementation of the Soledad 6-cycle housing element to City Council of the City of Soledad. So with that, I will turn it over to our Beatriz Trujillo, our Economic Development Director, for staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. So for this presentation, we have one of our consultants joining. Her name is Amy from PlaceWorks, and if we can just promote her to panelist. Diego, she will be providing the presentation. Okay.
Hi, good evening. I was joining as panelist. Did you ask me to start?
Yes, please, Amy.
Okay, great. I couldn't hear. Hi, everyone, Mayor, members of the council, happy holidays. Thanks for having us here tonight to talk about the proposed amendments. So maybe we can go to the next slide. So the zoning amendments in the three proposed ordinances before you are to implement changes that are associated with the zoning code from the 6-cycle housing element. And this will align your zoning code with state housing law at the time that the housing element was adopted. And we've made updates through the law in 2025. You also received a grant to support this work. So this addresses the goals of that grant. And also with the community goal of facilitating infill and affordable housing. Next slide, please. As Mayor Velasquez mentioned, there are the three ordinances. 776 addresses a variety of housing element actions to align with state law. 777 is the accessory dwelling unit ordinance update, and then 778 is the density bonus ordinance update. These were presented to the Planning Commission in November and have been approved by them and forwarded to you for consideration. As Ms. Trujillo mentioned, this is the first reading, and you will have a second reading, I believe, in January. If these ordinances are approved, once they are approved, either as presented or with adjustments that you may ask for, then they will be submitted to the state after adoption. And yes, go ahead. So Ordinance 776 includes various things, including adjustments to the reasonable accommodation procedure for those with disabilities to make requests related to zoning. Updates to allowed uses, including residential care facilities, emergency shelters, condominiums, and then changes in densities in both the R1 and R2 zones. Next slide, please. Ordinance 777, as we mentioned, addresses accessory dwelling units, and this is to align your code with current state law. State law on accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units changes almost every year. So this brings you up to 2025 state law. And this slide shows the different types of accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units that are allowed, and some of the information about what's required for those. Next slide, please. So a little more about some of the changes for ADUs. More height is now allowed under state law. There is a lower requirement for parking, which is that there are no parking spots required if the ADU is attached to another dwelling, and some other changes that have been made to align with the state law for the standards for these types of units. Next slide, please. And finally, Ordinance 778 on the density bonus. So this is a part of state law that's been in your zoning for quite some time, and it also gets updated almost every year at the state level. And the density bonus allows applicants to request more units if they provide a certain amount of affordable units or certain types of units in their project. They can also request concessions and waivers related to development standards. So the law has been updated to align with current state law, which does include greater percent density bonus than it used to. So upwards of 50% for certain projects, and more than that for some that are all affordable or nearly all affordable. And then there's just a greater variety of projects that are eligible for different types of density bonus under state law. And if you have particular questions about any of these things, I'm happy to dive into that. That's kind of a higher level overview of the 3 ordinances. This slide presents how these proposed amendments are consistent with your general plan, and including your land use element and housing element. There's particular goals mentioned here. And next slide. So the Planning Commission did recommend approval of these amendments without any changes to the ordinance language. They primarily discussed the ADU ordinance and parking requirements, did ask about potential fee deferrals or incentives for ADU projects that have on-site parking, and also expressed interest in exploring alternative development standards, including options for parking in front yards. So these are things that the staff expects will be discussed further later, but not as part of these. They didn't have comments on the actual ordinance text. And I think here's our last slide, which just leaves you with the proposed action and CEQA finding. And I believe that is it. I'm very happy to discuss and take questions.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you for the brief overview of those hefty documents on the ordinance. So thank you. So let me do this. Amy, I know it's our first reading. Let me take it out to the public first. I know we do have a written public comment that came in on that, which was presented to the council on the dais. We haven't had the opportunity, well, I don't know if other council members have. I didn't have the opportunity to review the document. I know it will be provided to staff so they can analyze the letter that came in from Cal HDF in regards to the proposed ordinances that are presented to the we're being presented. So I'll give it to our city attorney. I'll turn it over to our city attorney.
We did receive a letter just before, I guess, the meeting today. Haven't had a chance to review it with staff or our consultants. The focus is on the city's amendments to the ADU regulations. So we will have to review these and then come back and we'll report on them specifically when this comes back for consideration. If for some reason it turns out that they are correct, they've made a number of assertions that there need some additional corrections need to be made to the proposed language of the ADU ordinance. And if that is the case, then we will have to reintroduce that ordinance and so forth, and then go through the process again. But at this point, it's hard for us to tell. And like I said, we just did receive it. So we want to acknowledge that we did receive this public comment. We'll put a copy of the public comment on the website so that anybody in the public that's interested can read the full 4-page letter that we received.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so with that, let me take it out to the public to see if there's any public comments in regards to this item. So let me take it out to those to public and for those that are joining us here in our council chambers. Any comments in regards to this item? Okay, seeing none, let me take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. Any public comments from those that are joining us via Zoom on this item? And I'm trying to get. Yep. Okay, so seeing that there is no comments from the public, then I will bring it back to our council for any questions or comments for Amy. And let me start with Councilwoman Bañuelos.
Thank you. Hi, Amy. Thank you for the presentation and the slides as well. So just for clarity, if you can help me understand for the public. This is right now just the introduction of the first reading of the title only ordinance, correct?
That is
Okay.
correct.
All right. And can we go to the slide? The third slide, I believe. Is that the third slide?
Let me see. This one?
No, I couldn't open it here on
No,
mine.
it's just 1, 2, 3.
So this one is number 4.
Or
Maybe 5.
not the ADUs.
Not the ADUs,
City
No,
council.
density bonus or general
the density.
density bonus.
I
Density
think that's-
bonus.
it's in the city.
Here.
The 778, I'm sorry, ordinance number 778.
Sorry, it
the
has a little-
density bonus. So the density bonus, the planning commission had mentioned and they approved the density bonus on the housing elements, right? Elaborate, please.
Maybe I need a little bit more background on the question.
So I'm sorry, I just had lost train of thought. Very low income and senior housing. Can you come back to me? I'm losing thought right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay, Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez?
I emailed Megan, but there was a typo on ordinance number 776.
Says-
Within the ordinance.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh yeah, just I can read from the ordinance if the Wi-Fi kicked me out again. I think I might have mentioned this to Beatriz too. It just says scats instead of seats.
I believe that's for the next ordinance, right? We're talking about the bed services. No,
It's for this one, sorry.
for 776.
Yes.
Okay.
One sec. It's under exhibit A 776. It says restaurant, bars, cocktail lounges on the left-hand side of the chart, and then on the right hand it says one space for each 3 scats, but not less than 1 space for each 30 square feet of gross floor area. Just to fix the typo.
Okay, we'll fix it. Thank you.
But that's what I have.
Okay. Councilmember Caldera?
777, the ADUs. It says here, no parking requirements for attached ADUs. Now, is that a requirement? I mean, would it be an option to add a parking if they wanted to? Is that something we can word on?
Would you like
So-
me to respond or?
Sure, Amy.
Yes.
Okay, so it's definitely an option if the property owner wants to include parking where it's allowed. But they are not required to build an ADU and to have an attached ADU. And attached ADU, would either be like a garage that's being converted or something that's building on to an existing building.
And it's just for this one, for the ADU, the state law supersedes our authority. So we have to follow a state law. And that's why Planning Commission, one of the comments that they had is that maybe we incentivize those owners or we waive some fees for those that actually provide parking, because through state law, we cannot require more than what they are requiring. However, we can have some type of incentives to make sure that people are providing parking.
Just for clarification, I'm not against it. I really, I know there's a lack of parking on the street. Would that be something that we can actually allow people to do? Allow one more parking at least?
Yes, I think we can definitely incentivize and we can try to do an education campaign, but as far as making it mandated, we cannot we cannot supersede a state law. So the state law, they are not required to do it, but on our end, what we can do is incentivize that parking space.
Not as a
Yeah.
mandate, as an option if the homeowner wants that initially.
Yes, and I think that was a recommendation also from Planning Commission, if we can have some type of program where maybe we incentivize that by waiving some fees or by creating some type of program that will help him. Maybe we guide their process through PG&E, help him through the PG&E process, like that we provide some type of incentive so that they build or they allocate the parking space, but it's more as an incentive rather than a mandate.
Yes. Thank you.
If I make quick clarification on that, so if there is an incentivization, this would be like if somebody wants to repave or extend like their driveway to add that parking, and that's a permit through the city, correct?
Yeah.
So would we then waive that as part of the incentive?
We can explore those options. We don't have to make a decision today, but that's definitely direction that you can give to staff to try to find incentives that are also feasible within our operations to make sure that we can encourage homeowners to build that within their project.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you for that. And that would be separate because of obviously state law is supersedes city. Yeah, thank you for that. So, and let me clarify, just because obviously we have some existing projects and they're more of the manufactured housing, which I've been, which I've been concerned with that were built. And they have a lot of the ADUs that were built and parking is horrific. So, Amy, do they still apply to all types of housing? Doesn't matter if it's single family homes, if it's manufactured housing, it's still applicable if ADUs are built, whether it's attached or JADUs, it doesn't matter. As long as it's manufactured or single family, it's still applicable.
I would have to defer to the building code in terms of adding something to a manufactured existing dwelling, but if the existing primary dwelling is a manufactured home, then I believe you could have a detached ADU also on that lot. Junior ADUs can only be built within existing structures, so I'm not sure how that would work with a mobile home or a manufactured home. Does that make sense? Like it's converting a room to have like separate access and its own bathroom and so forth. So I haven't really heard of that happening.
Well, we have, maybe I'm saying it wrong, but like in the area over by the Greenleaf Estates, that they have a lot of the but they built it. They still built the ADUs. And it's still, I think they're manufactured homes because they're not regular single family homes. They have
Oh, yes, sorry. I thought you were asking something a little bit different. If it is allowed under state law to have a manufactured home be the ADU on a property, as long as it, meets state code.
Okay, so they can.
Yeah, and I think what it's different on a case by case, as Amy was mentioning, is going back to the building code and making sure that depending on the zoning where they're at, and also depending on the lot size, we can regulate the size of the ADU. There may be lots that are too small for that, and those may be some code enforcement cases that we can explore. But for some of these cases, we do have to go back to the building code to see where they're located and also the size of the property.
Yeah,
Mhm.
parking is just, parking is already awful.
And I think, for that example, the Greenleaf project, we do have some code enforcement cases. So that's its own project in itself.
So, okay, yeah, thank you. So I have a couple of questions, Amy, in terms of ordinance 777. So for that one, the parking requirements are revised to reduce or eliminate unnecessary obligations for units that are located near transit. But Soledad doesn't necessarily have any transit. So, we don't have, and I think that's more specific. I think obviously the state law is really supporting to have some of these transit hubs, right? Really supporting that they want, eliminating kind of the parking requirements where there's transit hubs that exist, but we don't have transit hubs. So does the parking requirements, it doesn't matter whether whether we don't have any transit hubs?
Yeah, I think the state just wants to see that in your code in case you have like a giant growth spurt and all of a sudden the train comes. I'm being a little bit sarcastic, but I think they just want everything in there. So if things change over time, you're covered. But yeah, if it doesn't apply, then you really, you're only looking at the pieces that apply to a particular project site.
Okay, but it still has to be there, right?
They want it in there, yeah.
And it still would be applicable regardless.
It would apply if there was, if you met the transit criteria, which I don't believe you do, like you said.
Okay. Okay, so they would still have to provide the parking. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And then on the second part of this, it says, outdated owner occupancy requirements have been removed in accordance with state law. So does this mean the owner does not need to reside in the home? So these can be investment properties, basically? I just need,
Yeah, it's still, it's not a separate ownership situation without a lot split, but the owner is not required to live on the property except for with a junior accessory dwelling unit in this ordinance. So it's not it can't be separate ownership of the unit, but the owner doesn't have to live in one of the units and rent to someone else. It could be two different renters.
okay. Well, I just want to clarify because there's a lot of significant changes to some of these ordinances.
Yeah, there's a lot of changes that have happened in accessory dwelling unit law since the last time you guys updated your ordinance.
Okay, and then on Exhibit A, then it talks about emergency shelter parking, and that's on page 19. And so it says sufficient to accommodate for all staff. So is that reasonable? Like if you're gonna have an emergency shelter and parking, and I guess it depends on what type of in the shelter capacity inside. But we have to be able to have that in our ordinance, and depending on whatever the size of it, it has to have sufficient. It has to be sufficient to accommodate for the parking for all staff. So if it comes with 100 staff, you have to have that amount of parking.
That's correct. And I think it's actually a slightly less strict requirement than was in there before. I would have to look back, or that's in your current code. So the intent, I think, from the state is that the staff is a smaller number than the actual, people staying at the shelter. So they're trying to not have the parking requirement be so huge that, it doesn't make the projects possible.
Okay,
But
so
I
it's
think-
actually a decrease from what it used to be.
I think it's less restrictive, yeah.
Okay, okay. I just was like, wow, is that reasonable? So, okay, so I thought it was more
Restricted.
I thought it was more
Well, I'm
intense.
also checking one other thing. I can't remember. I'll keep looking, but you may have a maximum number of beds per shelter. I can't remember if that came out, but that would address, that part of your comment. But let me look around for that a little more.
Okay. Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, if it's less restrictive, then I'm okay with that. I just, okay. And then on the ADUs, then on the, on the Exhibit B for the ADU ordinance. So just to clarify then on that one for the junior ADU, the parking is not required. So this is where on that one, there is no parking requirement.
Correct.
Okay. And this is where, obviously, where we can have a discussion separately in terms of what other mechanisms the council can implement to be able to look at encouragement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And then here on this one, it says fire sprinklers not required for ADUs if they are not required for existing single family or multifamily units. So does this conform with building code? I mean, we just approved that, so they're not requiring fire sprinklers for ADUs?
Only if the primary dwelling unit didn't have that requirement, and most of our dwelling units already have the fire sprinkler requirement.
But if you build the ADU, if the single family or multifamily unit doesn't require it, then the ADU is not gonna require it either. But so that's in conformance with the building code that we just approved?
Yeah, so through the chair, I believe, Amy, and this is probably a good question, but that in many aspects, we do require fire sprinklers because we have a more restrictive fire code in our building code. We've adopted an addendum in Monterey County. So it's my understanding that the way the building code works, if there's not fire sprinklers in the primary home, you don't have to have them in the ADU. But for our cases, most of our homes have sprinklers, and so they would have to be a part of the ADU. Unless there's some state law change, but regarding fire protection, but we have very strict standards when it comes to fire.
And we can do more research before the next reading as well.
Okay, yeah, that was just, yeah, please, so that way we
Yeah.
can make sure. I thought that was a little strange to have that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Those are at least the questions that I had that were more in terms of, yeah, thank you, Amy. Obviously that, you know, some of it is not as great. Obviously, I know the state wants us to do a lot of by right, but, and, you know, that's all I'm just gonna say. So, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Beatriz. Okay, council, so, then I think for a discussion, Megan, I think that it's important to come back, and I know it's not for this discussion, but I do want to also have another discussion, another time to come back and look at some of the parking. What can we do in terms of the encouragement of parking when there's the building of the ADUs? We've already seen, I think we've already heard from our residents in terms of the parking impacts, and obviously we've seen it with some of the ADUs that we have. And I think it's important also for the council to take a look at from what we, you know, the last couple of years, what is the count and the number of the ADUs that actually have been built in the city? And if we can have a better understanding of what those totals are, I think it'd give the council a good understanding of where we're at with the building of those ADUs. I don't know about the JADUs of how much of those have been built within the city, but I know we've seen a lot of the ADUs within the last couple of years. And so projected that there's probably the possibility that more of those are going to be built. I know we've obviously done a bigger effort of looking at, these are the 3 different models, right?
Plans.
The plans, and really supporting that as well. But I think as we continue to see that the state is really doing more of taking a lot more away from the city's, you know, the city's control in terms of what we can implement. I think it's important for us to be able to take a look at what the city can do.
Yeah, and through the chair, we actually, as part of our annual progress report for the housing element, we have a count of how many ADUs we have, both in the pipeline and those that have been finalized, so we can provide that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So with that, I think we don't need to, there's no action to take today. We'll come back on the 17th. Oh, there is. Okay.
This is the introduction of the resolution, so we should have a motion if you're so inclined for the introduction, waiver of the reading and reading by title only, and you've actually already done the reading of the titles into the record. So you
Okay.
just basically need a motion to introduce.
Okay, so council, I'll entertain a motion to introduce.
Motion.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it. I'm sorry, all in favor, sorry. We have a motion and an introduction of the
Yeah, we had a
Wait,
motion to introduce,
please.
waive reading and read by
of
title
the
only.
which has been done already, which I did already at the
Right,
beginning.
of ordinance 776, 777, 778.
Thank you for reminding me of that sequence. So, with that, then all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any in opposition? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. Thank you. And then this will come back to us in January 17th.
January 4th.
Oh, January 14th. January 14th. Thank you. Okay,
And as we indicated before, staff will definitely be bringing back a response to the comments we received from Cal HDF.
okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for that. So then we will move into our next item of business, and this will be hold on. Flip the page. It'll be introduction, waiver of reading and first reading by title only of ordinance number 774. Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Soledad amending the downtown specific plan, section 2.0, zones of chapter 5.0, development code, and chapter 10.0 definitions to establish separate veterinary services and animal boarding uses and conditionally allow small scale veterinary services in the downtown core district, sorry. Okay, now we'll turn this over again to Beatriz Trujillo, our Economic Development Director.
Thank you, Mayor. I was having a hard time pronouncing the veterinary word, so bear with me with that one as well. So this item or this introduction to this to the ordinance to a change to the ordinance to the downtown specific plan is coming before council after an introduction of a policy change back on October 15. So we did receive direction from council to look into this update to our ordinance just to make sure that we have more clear definitions for the land use of veterinary related services to expand the opportunities for a small scale in household pets to receive services within our city. This is basically not just within our city, but within our downtown core. And this is as we identified a gap in services. Before we used to have a vet clinic that was in the industrial side of town. It closed down, and after that, we don't really have those services in the city. So this ordinance 774 as presented, the action that we are requesting is to do adjustments to the proposed language. And this will pretty much allow some veterinary services in our downtown core. So just for an overview, so that our downtown has a specific plan, and within that specific plan, we have 5 different districts. Each district has some uses that are permitted, some uses that require different type of permits. So the one that we're going to be focusing on for the update on this language is the downtown core zone, which is the dark orange or sometimes red, depending on the screen that you're looking at, but it's the middle portion of the downtown specific plan. So the uses that we have within the downtown specific plan, we have some uses that are permitted, which means that those uses are just permitted by right. We can issue permits administratively. We have some other uses that are subject to a minor use permit or a conditional use permit. And this is mainly because they will have an impact, whether it is in noise, traffic, and we want to make sure that before moving that administratively, we bring it to Planning Commission or City Council to make sure that whatever the impacts are going to be, it's something that we consider, and that we also give the public an opportunity to provide comment and input as to how to mitigate those potential impacts. And there you're going to see also that there are some areas marked by a hyphen in the next chart, and that means that the use is prohibited. So that's where we're gonna have the proposed language for the veterinary services. So this is the main change that we are proposing on the update to this ordinance 774, which is pretty much separating right now. The way that the ordinance is reading is that all veterinary clinic services are included within one definition in our ordinance. What we are proposing is that we separate the different type of services between instead of just having one definition, having 3 definitions for animal boarding and daycare, having another one that is just veterinary clinics, and another one that is veterinary clinics limited treatment, because that will make a separation for just household pets, so that it's a smaller scale of services when we're talking about limited treatment. What we are proposing in the different categories, in the different, not categories, but districts on the downtown specific plan, the one that is going to be impacted the most by this proposed change in language is the downtown corridor. So it's the first column that you see on the screen, because currently as it stands, none of these services are permitted. However, we think that it will be of benefit for the community to have access to these services, and not just for our community, Soledad residents, but for South County, because we have noticed a lack of services and a high demand for services whenever we have the mobile clinics from SPCA or some of our other partners. There is always a long line, and we understand that there is a need for that service to be local. So the main change is that the veterinary services limited treatment in the downtown core will be allowed through a minor use permit. All of the other areas in the downtown edge, and we can go back to this so that I can reference back the zones. So the downtown edge is the pink area. So towards the end of downtown, the far corners. That one, we are proposing that all 3 services are provided through an MUP, Monterey Street, that if these services were to be provided in that district, that they are approved to a CUP. And the railroad corridor, that's permitted just by right, that staff is able to do that administratively, and that the Gateway district is also permitted by right. So in our code, what that means is that we will amend chapter 10.0, and we will update one definition, which is the original definition that included the veterinary clinics and the animal boarding and daycare. When it was included all in one, we had one definition. So everything that you see striked, that means that we're removing that language, and anything that you see underlined, that means that we are adding that clarification. So the original definition with the new amendment will now read as veterinary clinic only, a medical establishment for animals with on-site staff and facilities that serve animal patients with a variety of medical services ranging from diagnosis to surgery, and includes overnight observation or boarding incidental to medical care. That use is not permitted in the downtown core. It's only permitted through either a CUP or an MUP in the other 2 districts, which is the downtown edge and the Monterey Street, and it will only be permitted by right on the railroad district and the Gateway district. The new definitions that will be added to the code is the animal boarding and daycare, and that is a facility where animals are housed or cared for short to long-term stays. Facilities may include kennels, designated outdoor areas, grooming services, and training activities. The other definition that will be added to separate it from everything else is the veterinary services with limited treatment. And this is a small-scale medical establishment for animals with staff and facilities that provide outpatient animal care, including wellness exams, vaccinations, preventative treatment, and routine surgical procedures such as spay and neuter services. No overnight boarding will be provided, and no hospitalization of pets will be permitted. we presented this proposed changes to the planning commission on November 20th. And the only suggestion that they had, which we have added, is that we are very specific for the new definition, which is that one of the new definitions, which is the veterinary services limited treatment, that we make sure that we are pointing out that this is only for household animals. So this is cats, dogs, like our most common household animals. We don't want any ranch animals to be seen at this type of facilities, and they wanted us to point out that difference from the regular comprehensive veterinary services. So the reasons why we are bringing this in front of before you is because we identified a gap of services in this area. We identified the current challenges, which is mainly the fact that these services are prohibited in the downtown core, and that's the one where we mainly want to focus to have some control, but also allow for the use. And we think that the community benefit outweighs the potential openness to have the services in the downtown core. Because we have already had some of these mobile clinics in the downtown area. They have been successful. They're in high demand. So we feel that we have had some kind of a preview of how these services will work in the downtown area. And we think that the community benefit outweighs the potential impacts. And the council action for tonight is that council considers the introduction of the ordinance number 774 as presented, or propose any adjustments or language or clarification on language. We also have this for CEQA, this is categorically exempt. And if council is okay with it, we will bring it back for formal adoption on January 14, unless you give us a different direction. And with that, I'm open for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Beatriz. Let me take it to the public first for comments or questions. So any members of the public that are joining us here in our chambers like to make any comments or have any comments or questions regarding this item? Okay, seeing none, then any comments or questions from those that are joining us via Zoom?
No. We don't have any comments
I
on Zoom.
don't see any hands raised, so I will bring it back to council then. I'll start with Councilmember Caldera.
Okay, just one question. Thank you so much. One question on 10.0, the definitions, where it says house or care for, short or long term. I think we need to be a little bit more specific on that. What is the short time and what is the long term?
Okay. Yeah, we can add that.
And that is the only thing I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
So what is it, Beatriz? Do we know from what do we have any guidance on that? What is short term and what is long term?
My understanding, and I'm sorry, this is a little bit more of our senior planner project, so I'm trying my best to explain her work, but short term is probably just overnight, and long term, that I will have to come back maybe for the next reading, and I don't want to misspeak on the long term, and I don't think it will be several days. I'm thinking it might be just 72 hours, but let me just confirm that information.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Antonio Sanchez?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Cabrera?
Yes, I don't know which is number 8, slide number 8. Says no overnight or outdoor surgical sites or animal hospitalization facilities are permitted, but we're talking only about this area, right? In the event that somebody will want to provide those services, and if it is permitted in on the site that they want to open, this will not.
Let me go back to this other slide. Sorry, my computer for my
Instead, it's
answer.
talking just about, the whole thing is just about downtown, right?
Yes.
Just
Yes,
Downtown,
so-
it's not, just for clarification that if people like, I was thinking about the tractor store, that they offer some services, or if other people want to come and offer the different services, this will not impact them because this is only in the downtown area.
We are creating the definitions under the downtown specific plan. Even during for the downtown court, it's not by right. We will have to do a minor use permit, so we will have to assess the impacts. However, there are two areas, the railroad corridor and the gateway area, that they will be permitted by right. And those areas are the ones, the gateway is the one in dark blue, and the railroad corridor zone is the one in light orange. So the one at the bottom.
Through the chair, just to clarify that the changes that we're talking about are only applying to the area that's colored on that map,
Yes,
Downtown area.
which is the downtown. Yeah.
Yes.
yes, which is the downtown. So for the industrial area, well, just the little blue over here applies to the corner, but everything else, it doesn't apply to that.
So the changes actually apply to the entire
The entire.
downtown specific
Downtown
plan,
specific.
but as you can see, that area is small and it's only the parcels that are colored. We have all of the area in which we have land use.
Mhm.
It doesn't mean that veterinary
go
services
everywhere,
are
yeah.
allowed everywhere, but there's a corresponding land use and zone.
Mhm.
And so depending on that zone, those uses may be allowed. So a lot of the uses that we're talking about in other parts of the city really are in the industrial, in the more intense areas like
Mhm.
the industrial.
Yes.
areas. But you're right. There are other places in the city that allow it because of the zoning.
Mhm.
Um,
And just so that we can clarify that for the public, household animals is not like, you cannot bring your cow,
Or your horse.
your horse or your pigs. It's just.
Yes, those will be considered ranch animals. Yeah.
Can't bring the cow.
I was gonna bring my cow.
Just to follow
thank
up on that with Mayor Pro Tem, so is there a possibility to be able to define that so that way it's clear?
Yeah,
To be able to do that, I think just being, I mean, I know, I'm not sure, obviously this is going to be an ordinance. And I don't know how specific, sometimes we don't want it as specific. But for the purposes of this, whether we can at least put, these are the types of animals that we're referring to. So
Mhm.
there's clarity, and I think it's important because this is not an allowed use for this specific area. So I think we want to make sure that we do have some clarity in terms of what are the household animals. You asked some people, some people may know, some people may not.
Yeah, we'll have to, there'll be an art to it because a household animal can be a lizard or a guinea pig or, so we'll have to, see if we can come up with a definition,
Mhm.
maybe based on veterinarian services. Cause I think they don't, a lot of vets don't serve cows or anything like that, but they might have a
Specific
terminology that
Yeah.
we can
That we can use.
Well, I'm always afraid to define things because if we like leave something out,
Mhm.
then all of a sudden it's permitted and you don't want to do that. So you want to.
Yeah.
There's an art to it, but we'll look and see if we can better
Okay.
define that.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you. That's it.
Yeah, to some extent, it's probably defined by the fact that they are limiting their procedures to spay and neuter services, which you wouldn't do, for
And a
larger
cow.
animals, and so forth. And this actually does say no overnight boarding in the veterinary service.
For the veterinary services, yeah. For the limited treatment, right?
Right.
Just making sure it gets to wherever it needs to be up here, right? Okay, Councilwoman Menendez?
Yes, thank you. for the slide. And this is good. This is a great approach. I'm excited because as we mentioned earlier, it's a gap. We need that services here in Soledad, not just here in Soledad, but South County. Because we have residents that go afar to Monterey, Salinas, and King City to get those vet services. So for us to staple that here in Soledad, that's going to be great. So no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Beatriz. I mean, I don't necessarily have, I mean, concerns in terms of, I think some of this stuff is defined. I think we need to just make sure that, we define in terms of what they're able and not able to do, and maybe some of the, I think that I saw some of the timeframes of when they're able to operate. I know that it's gonna be in a location that is, very heavily used. Oh, well, no, sorry, we're talking about the ordinance. So the ordinance itself, obviously, in the corridor of the changing of the downtown specific plan, and where we're proposing. So can you go back to the map? I just want to make sure, because
I'm sorry, my computer died on me.
so let me just go back to mine. Because I know we're proposing it, and I think Megan had mentioned this, because some of this in the downtown, I don't have any issues with the gateway zone. Obviously, that's, you know, where we had a prior veterinarian location and those coaches, and because of that, obviously going out of business, we do have a gap, right? And that was needed, and the closest one is in King City. So I don't have a problem with that, but I think just when we look at the downtown core zone and allowing that use in the downtown core zone, I think we just need to be cautious and vigilant, right? Because then it's a different type of a business that is very different than the retail commercial that we have in our downtown core zone. So even though it is a gap, and even though it's something that, you know, we do need, I think it's just making sure that we have placement and location. Placement is important, and we just don't want to be able to open it up where we're just have a mishmash of all these different, you know, business types in our downtown core zone.
Yeah.
So I think for me, it's, yes, we need it, but I think it's also being very intentful of, you know, restrictive in terms of what types of services are going to happen there in that downtown core zone, because that is more of the commercial retail of the city, and we really want that hub to exist, and being very limited to that, and having those different uses and permit processes. So within that downtown core zone, we're doing the minor use permit to evaluate whether it's an allowable in those areas.
Yes. So yeah, for the core zone, even though now we are allowing the use, it's not by right. It will have to go through a minor use permit, but the public also will get a chance to bring any concerns before we actually approve that.
Okay, so that requires a public hearing?
The minor use permit, no, but it requires. Mhm. No, but it requires to be agendized. Correct? The minor use permit.
Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No. Okay.
I think, but can I?
Yeah, please. Sorry.
Through the chair. So it's a ministerial action, but it is reviewed by the planner to ensure compatibility and to make sure that, you know, it is, you know, it is environmentally going to be okay. And we still have to review it for the development standards for the downtown specific plan. So in the case where a planner or the planning director, in, this case, it would be Beatrice, through Ariana, in the case that they look at something and it doesn't look appropriate, then they have the ability to kick it up to the next, to the planning commission, basically. And then it becomes a discretionary action. But if it meets the conditions, it would be administratively approved.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
and that's, I mean, we do that on purpose because, I mean, the way that the land use is described, it's really operating, which, you know, the argument is we have offices, we have other kind of similar services. It's really operating in a very minor way that should have very little impacts. So that's why it would be a minor use permit process.
Yeah, and through the minor use permit, the planner will also be able to add conditions to that permit. So if parking was an issue, like we're able to create some conditions through the minor use permit.
Okay, yeah, and so my other question, my comment in my last question is, my comment in terms of the mobile clinics, that we've done it already in the past in terms of having those services. I think we have, but I think the mobile clinics operate a little bit different than having this as a stationed kind of commercial business type, right? Because the mobile clinics come and go and they're not here, you know, permanently, right? So I just want to make sure that that is a difference, that it is, you know, not the same, although we know it's a need. I'm not saying it's not a need, it is a need, but just being conscientious that the commercial retail portion of our downtown core serves as a different purpose. So on the Monterey street zone, so Megan, those are the yellow ones here. So that would be on the Monterey Street. Those would be our commercial properties. That would be also allowable in that area.
Through a CUP.
Yeah, which is again,
So that's more restricted,
Mhm.
right? Because
The CUP is more restrictive, yeah.
but we're gonna say that that's allowable there. So this, I'm sorry, but why, so we're allowing it even here, this kind of a permitted use?
yes. Because, through the chair, because when you're looking at, planning, you want to have your, it's kind of, you look at an intensity scale. So you're going to be most restrictive on your downtown core. The Monterey, area is less restrictive. And so what would follow is, and I don't know if you could pull up that, it would be helpful. I'm also trying to pull up these things and can't seem to get on. Sorry. I think you had a nice little table.
I
that-
did, but I think my computer, I fully charged it, but I don't know why the battery died so
This
fast.
one here, yeah, because I could see, I could see all these corridors here, which I don't think there's a problem, but just bringing it into all the commercial retail, I guess that's just where I'm saying we're gonna allow it, but why would we want to put it into the full spectrum of inside the commercial retail portion of our city instead of the outskirts of where we have it? I'm not saying it's not a need, but it is, but why were we pushing it into the core of our commercial retail?
We don't have to, but when we had the discussion about this opportunity, because there was a interest in leasing property within the downtown core, the council expressed an interest in opening it up to this use. So we received that direction to move forward with a change that would allow a potential user to provide minor veterinarian services in the core. And that's why we're amending it.
So, but I see you're amending the downtown core zone, plus you're including the Monterey street zone, so we're extending it beyond the downtown core zone.
So when you're working on when you're doing kind of an amendment in this way to a land use, there's a hierarchy in land use. And so you need to follow that hierarchy. So the most restrictive zone, if you're opening it up to that, you would continue that same thought process to the least restrictive zone. Like you wouldn't, for example, if you allowed, I maybe I could express it in housing. If you allowed a single family to have a duplex or a triplex, you wouldn't say an R2 zone or a duplex zone couldn't have a triplex. It's kind of the same idea where we have to preserve the integrity of the specific plan. There's a hierarchy to the permitted uses, and we're basically matching that up by allowing the use in the most restrictive zone. We're just following the process to the other zones. So if we're allowing that use in the downtown core, we would, we would follow the restrictions. I wish we could bring up that
Yeah,
table, because I
so
think
I guess for
it's-
me, my confusion is that I didn't realize that if we're gonna change something or allow a use, that it would have to extend to include all of that it would have to amend the entire specific plan to allow the different levels of restrictions to include the entire downtown specific plan change. So I get what you're saying, but I just didn't realize that it would include the amendment and the change to all of the entire downtown specific plan. So I think that's where I'm having a challenge to what's presented tonight. And that's my challenge, Megan, because I didn't realize it was going to impact the entirety of all of our commercial, not just our downtown core, but the entirety of our downtown specific plan that includes all the other commercial zones that we have. That I didn't understand that. And that was not the impression that I thought was, that we're going to approve that. So that was maybe that was just me. I didn't think it was gonna take this level of change.
So, through the chair, maybe we can go to that table that shows the MUP and
Yes, if we go a few slides back, Diego,
uh,
the next one. Oh, I'm sorry.
there
Yes.
it is. Oops, you passed it.
I see it. I have it right here, Megan. I get it, but I just didn't think it was going to have all of this. We were gonna have to change all of this for that one.
Yeah, and
item.
I probably should clarify that we always, I mean, it may not always be obvious, but we always do this when we allow the use. We have to carry it through the other zones. So when we allow a use, it has a cascading effect on the other land uses. And we actually kind of saw a little bit of this in the housing ordinances that we kind of looked at, like when we increased the density in one of the zones, it kind of cascaded to the other zone that was less restrictive. So this is an example of, what happened was that the downtown core didn't allow veterinarian services at all. In the downtown edge, we did allow it through a minor use permit. But what's happening is that we only had one category of use, which is the veterinarian clinic and boarding and daycare. But once we segregated and created these three use types, we had to include that MUP and MUP, which already existed in the downtown edge. And then in Monterey Street, the same thing. That use veterinarian clinic was allowed with the CUP. So we're really not changing it, but because we created those three definitions, we're carrying through the CUP. So what's underlined is new. So in other words, we're really not changing those, except what we're really changing is the definition of each of those uses. So now, before we just had one use, which was veterinarian clinic or veterinarian clinic, animal boarding and daycare.
To the chair, can we go to the what Mayor Velasquez was asking? Can the
map?
the zone codes, the color codes right there? So we're basically making change to the red. I mean, I see a red, the core zone, right?
We, in reality, we are only really substantially changing the core. Because the core is the only thing that is now allowing this minor use.
Okay,
But we're also changing the definition sections.
okay,
And because we're changing the definition sections, now we have go from one definition to three, we have to add new language to each of the zones because those uses weren't defined before. That's if you go back
Yeah.
to the table, I don't, maybe I'm not describing, but if you look, anything that's underlined is new. So you can see that there's 1, 2, 3. Now we have 3 definitions of what these veterinarian services are. Anything that's not underlined is existing. And so you can see that in the downtown edge and the Monterey Street, they had a minor use and a CUP. That's not changing. It's just that now we have 3 definitions, so we had to add
Yeah.
those uses to those.
So maybe the cleanest way to look at it is the middle column of the middle row. Those were the permitted uses on the downtown specific plan. That's what we have right now before amending anything. So those uses, they're already allowed within the downtown specific plan. So a way to think about it is now that we have more definitions, we're carrying over those uses in all of the other districts except the downtown core.
Now we're adding, so the red is what we're adding. All those other ones were already allowed.
They were allowed. It's just that the definitions didn't exist. So now that the definitions are existing, we're adding the same requirement that was in the past with just one definition. But we're splitting the definitions because we want to have one very specific to limited treatment so that we can have those limitations about household pets, no overnight, so that it can be more restrictive. The use can be, that service can be more restrictive.
In the downtown core. Okay.
Yeah.
got it. Okay, sorry. I just was confused and I was.
No, I'm sorry. I think
The whole thing because,
no, I made it confusing. I'm sorry.
okay, wow. I'm good.
This,
So,
I think that
yeah.
the table would have
Was
helped. We
confusing.
didn't have the table, so.
It's like, no, not what I thought. Okay, council, then I'm good. Thank you for entertaining and clarifying it for me because I just was a lot more confused than what I thought it was, from my understanding. So, okay, so with that, if there's no additional questions, then, this is just and we need a motion just for,
You're introducing?
introducing the downtown specific plan section 2.0. Waiving of the reading, introducing and waiving of the reading and waiving of the reading and first reading of title only of ordinance number 774.
So move.
Okay,
Second.
so I have a motion on the floor. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so
Thank you.
motion carries unanimously. Okay, thank you. So we'll move on then to our next item of business. This is now joint resolution 6312 CSSHA 2025-01. A joint resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad and the Soledad Redevelopment Agency approving a subordination agreement for the Benito Farm Labor Center, Benito FLC, between the City of Soledad and the Redevelopment Agency and the Monterey County Housing Authority Development Corporation. So thank you. So I will turn this over to Beatriz.
Yeah, it's like our internet went down.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, it's the internet is going on a holiday vacation probably too. So we'll do this. And this is good because actually we have Nora, the development director from the Housing Authority or the Housing Development Corporation, and Jorge Camacho. So if we don't have internet, it's okay because we have the experts in the room. So pretty much, this is a subordination agreement that the Housing Authority is requesting for the Benito Farm Labor apartments. They are trying to get a loan so that they can start doing some renovations to the property. However, the city also has we have also provided as the City of Soledad and the redevelopment agency, we have some loans on this property. And what the housing authority is requesting is if we can subordinate our loans so that we can be the second in line now that they're getting some additional funding for renovations for the properties. The renovations for the properties is because we want to preserve affordable housing, and they are planning to do exterior and interior renovations. But all of the funding that they receive through this new loan, senior loan, it will be reinvested back into the property, which is the Benito Farm Labored Apartments. That's a brief overview of the subordination agreement that we have on the agenda. But Nora and Jorge are here in case you want to add anything else, Nora or Jorge.
Thank you, Nora, and thank you, Jorge, for being here. And thank you for.
Good evening, council. Thank you, Beatriz.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for considering our motion. As you know, the development is about 15 years old now, and a lot of it's the original components of the development. And our intent is to put some renovations into it, and we're able to have a bigger plan to re-syndicate and actually redevelop the project. Roofing, painting, interior floors, appliances, all that is needed, but it's expensive, so we're having to seek out funds to do it. And we have the opportunity to do it now with the support of the council.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Can't believe it's already 15 years old now. That's fast.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
if you have any questions, we're happy to answer.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Let me take it out to the public and then I'll bring
Sure.
it back to the council for any questions. Yeah. So, any members of the public that are joining us, let me take it out to Zoom for any members of the public that are joining us via Zoom. Any questions in regards to, the joint resolution 6312? And this is for any member of the public that is joining us via Zoom. Okay, so seeing no hands raised, and I will bring it back to the council, and I'll start with Councilmember Caldera if there's any questions or comments on this item.
You know, actually, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
No.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Cabrera,
No.
Thank you. Councilwoman Bañuelos.
No questions, but just a comment. I mean, yes, I want to echo what Mayor Velasquez mentions. 15 years, it's
Yeah.
it's a long time. And yes, I do agree that there needs to be some renovation, more parking lot. No way.
We have a long list.
I know.
We have a long list.
Space for parking.
Yeah.
So, but no, I really thank you guys for just bringing it to us, and thank you for staying here long, because I know you guys are driving.
I always learn a lot when I come to your meetings.
Yeah. But I think it's a great partnership, but then not only that too, is just for me, because there's always gonna be that complaint
Mhm.
of parking and
Mhm.
stuff, and I know that I can attest to myself as my testimony is that, we have to not block parking lot areas, because I know on occasion they do sometimes.
Okay.
Maybe we can have, I don't know, like a rule, or maybe just a rule of thumb to a reminder, just to be mindful of your neighbors as well. Yeah, something like that. But that's it.
Maybe we can get some more data where the issues are at, so we can address them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And of course, I know that that parking lot area, it does need a lot more lighting, especially at nighttime.
Lighting. Okay. Perfect.
That's it.
I'm sure lighting's on our list though.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Nora. And I'm glad that you're still there. So, yeah, no, this is
Long
fine.
time.
I know these are more formalities in terms of the subordination agreement, so it
Yes.
brought me back, a lot of memories and a lot of nightmares in terms of the subordination agreements, because I know I used to do those when I was with the city, so. No, just the community center. So are you guys also in terms of the renovations?
That will
Obviously, I know
include
it's more
part
of
of
the
it,
tenants,
yes.
but
Yeah.
the community.
It would include part of the community center because the residents have access to use it,
Mhm.
and we provide resident services there. We were planning actually to expand the services that we have there, so that
Okay.
includes the interior of that center.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, no, so no questions for me on this. This
Well,
is,
thank you.
yeah, this is familiar to me. So thank you. Okay, so with that, council, I need a motion to approve joint resolution number 63.
So moved.
Okay, I have a
Second.
motion on the floor and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Well, this was an easy one. Yeah, thank you. Okay, resolution number 6315, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad authorizing the mayor to sign a letter responding to the 2024-25 Monterey County Civil Grand Jury final report titled Road Safety in Monterey County, Where to Report a Problem. And I will turn this over to Megan.
Yeah, and I'm like, I'm a little flying blind here because we don't have internet and I can't really see my PowerPoint. I sent it to Diego. Don't know if you're able to. Let me see. Can you pull it up? Or if not, if you wanted to pull up this stuff. No, it's not attached. I send it to you in an email.
Okay, just thank you to our public because we know we were having some technical issues with our internet.
Sorry, Diego. I sent it to you in your Outlook. Yeah, I don't
Diego, maybe stop share since it's your email. All right.
Megan, what do you mean?
You want
Oh,
to
you gave
see
them
your
the-
email?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, you have internet?
I have internet now. Do you want to send it to me? I mean, it's on and off, but you can send it to me.
Thank you. That's a pretty simple PowerPoint, so can you go to the next slide? So in the I think a couple of council members pointed out that you were getting a communication from the civil grand jury regarding 2024-2025 report, which was discussing the complaint process involving an injury accident. I'm sorry, I'm like I'm very discombobulated too because of the internet as well. I'm trying to read my report, but I didn't print it out because I thought we would have access to it. So anyhow, the 2024-2025 grand jury report is entitled Road Safety in Monterey County, Where to Report a Problem. So apparently what happened was there was an injury accident in Monterey County and there was a complaint that they didn't know how to report an issue of I think a downed tree. So the civil grand jury looked at this issue regarding how in the county people could report road incidences. And at the time, the report basically was really drilling into all of these jurisdictions, mainly looking at the unincorporated county and a little bit on the peninsula. But they honed in on the fact that the city of Soledad and the city of Salinas had an app. We were the few ones that had an app. And so they actually had a finding and recommendation regarding Salinas and Soledad and the county that we needed to do more to promote the app. Well, so that's how, the grand jury report came about. Now, for me, when I read the grand jury report, I didn't think it really warranted a response because really it was focused on the unincorporated Monterey County and wasn't really it seemed almost an afterthought to mention Soledad. So having responded in the past to civil grand jury reports, we were like the subject of the report. So when it came, I just didn't see that we needed to respond. Now, I apologize, the mayor had gotten an email that she forwarded to me on October 31st. Happened to be Halloween and everything was going on and I missed the email. So subsequently, I think they reached out again to Council Member Ben Wills and the mayor again, and Council Member Ansaldo Sanchez in December 8th. And that's when I realized, oh, we need to respond. Now, I should say that neither Mike nor I got the correspondence after the April report. And the only reason why I knew about it was because, you know, the council had reached out. So in any event, that's a little bit of the background. And I think we could go to the next thing. Next slide. So that just to explain that there's a finding and a recommendation, and what the finding says is the availability, as I mentioned before, of Salinas, Soledad, and Monterey County Uconnect mobile apps is largely unknown to the public, rendering them of limited use. That was their finding. Their recommendation was that Monterey County and the cities of Salinas and Soledad should promote their request apps by prominently displaying information regarding their availability on public works web pages or other relevant web pages and through social media by December 31st, 2025. If you can go to the next slide. So in the packet, I have a recommendation of sending a letter if the mayor, and you would have to authorize the mayor to sign the letter in response to their findings. And generally speaking, the letter outlines why we hear what they're saying, but we disagree with the finding and the recommendation. So a couple of things to note. Yes, we did have a mobile app when they did their research and study, but we discontinued the mobile app because no one was using it and it was really expensive. We were paying Gov $12,000 annually, and we had 12 complaints. So I mean, it was, or 13. I'm sorry, 13. So we, as we were struggling with, as you know, with our budget, we decided, okay, this is not working for us, and we went to a web-based report and issue platform, and we actually have more reports since we've moved to that platform. We have 55 people that have submitted a report this year. We also, in the letter, I explained that they're applying something to Soledad. They assume we're under similar conditions than the city of Salinas, which is, of course, significantly larger at 160,000 people, or the unincorporated county, which is also a lot more populated, and both areas are geographically dispersed. We are not. We have a small geographic area, 2.2 square miles. We have strong community relationships, and most of the time residents will call us and report issues, or they'll call you, as I know, and report issues. And the other thing that is way different is with 2.2 square miles, our PD and Public Works drive pretty much the whole community almost every day. So, you know, within a few days, they are also proactively identifying issues. And then, as you know, we have a robust strategic plan focused on safety, roadway safety, and it's a lot more than just how you report. That's a very small percentage of what needs to be done. So we are making investments in safe routes to schools. We have, you know, HSIP projects that are moving forward that you have approved contracts for. So we really feel like we are tackling this issue. However, that being said, because the civil grand jury doesn't often like that you put all of this thing into the information out there, they want you to narrowly respond to what they state. We did, and we are, and you'll see more of it, have identified the report and issue tool. It's prominently displayed on the front of our webpage. And we've been doing some social media promotion to just say, hey, public, if you want to use this tool, here it is. It's available. So next slide. So basically, I have a lot of attachments to this staff report. There is a resolution which would authorize the mayor to sign a letter to respond to the grand jury report. And the draft letter is attached to the report. And then I wanted to incorporate some evidence, so it didn't seem like we were not really looking into it. So there's the GovGov invoice, the website report and issue, so they can see how visibly it's prominently displayed, our strategic plan on mobility, and the social media posts that we've already put out. So with that said, I'm looking for council to authorize the mayor to sign the letter, and if it's approved, we'll send out the letter tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Megan. Let me take it out to the public in case there's any comments from the public first on all of the information on resolution number 6315. So if there's any members of the public that are joining us via Zoom, have any comments on the items on resolution number 6315. And these are for any members of the public that are joining us via Zoom. Okay, seeing no hands raised, and I'll bring it back to the council if there's any, I'm just gonna open it up instead of going through each council member. So any comments or questions?
None.
Megan, I just have an addition to the letter.
Oh, sure.
The Tamsi side, because I know that we did talk about the safe routes to school. Can we also include the efforts that we're doing also with the is it the Vision Zero?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because I know we've had the workshops also in regards to that. So if we can include that, I think that's my only addition to that.
Sure.
Okay. Seeing, no. Okay, so with that, council, then it's if we can get an approval then on resolution 6315 and then authorizing the mayor to submit the letter
So moved.
proposed with the addition of the Vision Zero.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Okay. Thank you, Megan, for putting all of those, that report together with all of.
Yeah, I probably went a little overkill. Sorry. And I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
I'm so discombobulated.
That's Tamsi. So yeah, Tamsi has that Vision Zero. So we want to get to zero, and it's not accidents because they're not accidents with.
Serious
injuries.
injuries or
The
deaths.
presentation they have is
Yeah.
at the community center.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Is that still happening?
Yes,
Mhm.
they're still working on it.
they're still working on it. Yeah.
Mm.
Okay, council, so we'll go to our next item, our final item for today. It's consideration of appointments. Oh,
Move to it.
Two more.
oh yeah, we have two more. Sorry, forgot yours.
Yours.
Well,
Like-
you can forget it.
Yeah. I forgot, we've been waiting for that. Consideration of appointments of Mayor Pro Tem and various appointments to council and city committees. So I will turn this over to Megan.
Yeah, I can. So again, you have my report, but basically every December, generally after the election is certified, which is sometime the first or second meeting in December, and we do the mayoral appointments because we might have new council members, and we also change the rotation for mayor pro tem. So we didn't have elections this year. In terms of our local elections, we did have a statewide election, and there was a little question initially whether or not we did have to certify that election. We did not. So, but we're proceeding with the appointments to look at the appointments And then the rotation of the mayor pro tem. The rotation of the mayor pro tem is called out in the rules and procedures. It was amended a few years ago, before I came on board. And essentially, the next person in line, now that Mayor Pro Tem Cabrera will rotate off tonight, and now Councilmember Ansoldo Sanchez will become Mayor Pro Tem, and will be from here on until next December, at which point Councilmember Ben Willis will be the Mayor Pro Tem, and then in for 2027, and then in 2028, Councilmember Caldera will be next in line. One thing that we can maybe we will want to think about in the future is creating, now that we have district elections, creating like a 1, 2, 3, 4 rotation. And then I think the mayor can, as we've discussed before, the mayor actually makes the appointments, and then the council essentially approves them. And so we have the list. I don't know, I think Diego's probably trying to get the internet working. But I think do you have the list? So okay,
Yes,
great.
we have the list, and Mike has the list, so we had that in advance as well. So thank you, Megan. And we probably will have that discussion in terms of at least for the mayor pro tem, but I just want to say that was changed before I came on board. We didn't have a rotation process for that. And we changed it just to make it a more equitable process, to make sure everybody had the opportunity to be mayor pro tem for that 1 year. So I think it's just, more of a fair, equitable process to be able to afford that opportunity. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Cabrera, for serving for that 1 year as our Mayor Pro Tem. And congratulations, our new Mayor Pro Tem, Ansoldo Sanchez. Now,
Still Fernando.
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 Yeah.
Just add a little sticky note.
Fernando 1,
Fernando 2. Yeah.
M1.
And so, yeah, thank you as you begin your duties as Mayor Pro Tem. So thank you. And in regards to the appointment process, my recommendation is going to be that we don't make any changes, at least for this year, to the appointment process. I know that we have a lot of the committees, at least that the council members have been on. I think some of the regional committees for last December, when we appointed, that you were appointed on those regional committees. I think for many of you, it's your first year, right? And some of those regional committees, you're getting your feet wet, kind of getting to understand some of the processes, policies, and some of those committees, obviously, you're looking at hiring new directors, and there's a lot going on some of those regional committees. So my recommendation would be, if the council is amenable to it, that we remain on some of those, at least the regional committees that we appoint as our city council, that we remain on those as is for the next year. And then if there's any desire to change those, and those could be changed by the council for the next year.
Okay.
I'm in agreement.
Same here.
Agreed.
To the chair, can I make a comment though, after or before?
Yeah, we can make, can I see that?
Before,
Let me
after,
just
like,
make sure, because I
approval,
think
or-
we still, let me just make sure that on any of the ones, so let me just make sure that I go through this. So AMBAG, let me just call these out. So Mayor Pro Tem Fernando Ansoldo Sanchez, you're still there, you're still gonna be on that. And then alternate, we still have Councilmember Ben Caldera. And just as a reminder, if you're not able to attend, please make sure you're calling on your alternate, because that's really important for us to be represented in those, especially on these regional boards. We want to make sure Soledad is represented. On the Citizens Advisory Committee, Councilmember Ben Caldera, are these still happening? are we? Because
Yeah.
you
Well,
are the
the,
representative for the,
It
for
still
the
has,
CDCR.
Evan's been attending.
Yeah, I've been his alternate because he hasn't been, he wasn't able to attend for work.
Oh, okay, so
conflicts.
so we don't have an alternate. You're not listed as an alternate.
Yeah, I think we should add that because I don't think that was there last year.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we can't, so, because the chief is the primary and then you're the representative, so
Yeah.
we don't have an alternate, so.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
You're not supposed to be attending as, because we didn't assign an alternate here.
Well,
Mhm.
because it says right here, citizen rep, Ben Caldera, would we put alternate? What are your thoughts? Because Chief Valenzuela would be law enforcement rep.
Yeah, but it's because only we have chief there's only chief, we don't have an alternate on that one.
Yeah.
I think we could clarify because I think what I'm hearing is it's maybe a different role than the chief plays because he's wearing a law enforcement hat. So if you wanted to add we can check with the CAC if you wanted to have an alternate.
But
then
what I'm hearing is you're not able to attend, council member, so do you want to switch? Do you want to have?
Oh, you know what? Well, the issue we had was I wasn't cleared. And then, after, meeting with them, or I think, Darlene somehow, she got some information from them. And, it wasn't even required, none of that,
Clearance?
clearance,
there was-
so.
there was
yeah.
a clearance question and I think it took a minute to clarify, but
Yeah.
we've clarified.
So it took a little while,
He's-
so then
he's
she
on-
was attending and, stay like that as an alternate.
If I can
So,
just make
okay.
a quick comment. I
Yep.
want to say I'm thankful that you stepped
Mm,
up, but I think we should have a process and we shouldn't really like kind of
Well-
decide and pick who
Well,
gets to be the
So th-
alternate.
Yeah, well, so this is why I want to make sure.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
guys, when we have this goes out to the public. So I want to make sure because
Yeah.
when we have this is on our public website, so people know who our representatives are. We need to be clear. Our public needs to be clear. So when there's any changes, we need to be clear if there's any changes. So
Yeah.
we need to make sure we don't
that
change
is-
it.
Yeah,
if
I
it's
just
not
wanted
on
to
here.
clarify that. That was the reason why I wasn't attending at first.
Okay.
And then, but it wasn't like a monthly thing, right? But
No,
it's
it was
No.
every 2 months.
Yeah,
So this
Yeah.
is the second Thursday of each month. So
Mhm.
the other thing too that we need to do is make sure that these times are accurate, so that way they are, okay. So let me,
I didn't know that, Councilmember Benalos was attending until she said she was attending, so we were always trying to work on him to get in and she was there.
okay, yeah, so let's
So
not.
I do apologize. I lost that translation
Mhm.
with you, but I think also now that we're discussing it, I don't know if he's not able to, and I can do the alternate because he's
Yeah, that's fair.
going as a citizen.
I mean, I can plan on
Yeah.
being
Well,
there.
Okay, so let's go back. So
Yeah.
let's go back. Let's make sure we convene. So I want to make sure we stick to the process and we stick to what we say. And if there's changes, let's make sure we don't just go and that we have,
Mhm.
like, we stick to Megan. So please make sure you check in with Megan before any changes are made. So I'm gonna come back because Ben is the representative and I want to make sure I honor that. So Councilmember Caldera, you are the representative. Do you want to be the representative?
Yes,
Okay, so we're gonna keep you as a representative. And then if there's an alternate, let's keep you going.
Mhm.
And if there is an alternate position, if we can, Megan, can you check into that?
Yeah.
And if there's an alternate position, then I'm gonna put it here. If we can have that, then
If approved.
if approved, then we'll put Bañuelos here. But you will continue to be on that role as
Okay.
okay, because it's there. Okay, perfect. And then MST, then Councilmember Cabrera, you'll stay there,
Yes.
and then the alternate is Councilwoman Bañuelos. You're still there. Okay, Solid Waste Authority, Councilwoman Bañuelos, you're still the representative, and then Councilmember Caldera, you're the alternate.
I'll do it.
Tamzi, I'm still the representative, and then Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez, you're my alternate. You're still okay with that?
Mhm.
Okay. And then
Is it on Wednesdays or is it on Mondays?
it's on Wednesdays.
Monday's the Oh, yeah, I just,
And I don't want to be picky, but he is the mayor pro tem starting January.
no, actually, the
Jan-
policy is December.
December.
You started last December. You
I
actually
know.
went over a year.
Okay. Let me see. And also for the rail policy committee, so I'm the representative. And then, we have an alternate, you're the alternate as well.
For the real, oh, that was what I was confused on.
Yeah,
Got it.
that's, yeah, those are Mondays.
Can we get a copy of that?
It's on the
Yes,
website.
it's
yeah,
in
we
the-
sent,
It's in the packet.
it's in the
Okay.
packet.
Yeah.
And then the Monterey Bay Air Pollution Control District, oh, that's an appointed. Okay, I think that's it, because the 3CE, that's, okay, that's Mayor Rios.
There's the South Salina.
Yeah.
South Salinas Valley Broadband Authority, but that's, oh yeah, so,
I'm actually in that one, yeah.
yeah, Councilmember Caldera, you're still the representative, and then I'm the alternate. Okay, that's, yeah, that's a separate one. And then that's it, I think that's it.
There's
right?
Measure
The-
Q
the-
Oversight Committee.
No,
There's
but that's
some-
appointed separately,
Oh, okay.
yeah, through another
There's
process.
The subcommittees.
Oh, yeah, let me go to, thank you. Let me go to the subcommittee, so we have everything correct on the ones that we appoint. Okay, the Affordable Housing Subcommittee, then we have, Councilwoman Benuelos, Councilmember Cabrera.
Mhm.
And then Policies and Procedures Subcommittee, it's still myself and, Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez. Soledad City Council Legislative Subcommittee. Okay, so we'll keep Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez and Councilmember Cabrera
For what?
for the
Ledge Committee.
Ledge Committee.
Yes.
Ledge Committee. And then Megan, do we have to add the ad hoc subcommittee for the Miramonte?
I
did
thought
you
it
have-
was added.
It's
Oh,
in the
it's
It's
packet.
on the, it's on the flip.
Oh.
Or it's on the packet.
It's after the TUT. There it is.
Okay. Okay, and on this one, the Immigration Ad Hoc Task Force, so can I make a recommendation on this one? Can we remove this one?
Yeah.
I would make a recommendation to remove this one. Because I don't think they're,
The committee altogether.
they'll remove the committee altogether. I don't think there was any activity that was conducted last year, right?
We actually met a couple of times, via Zoom.
There was,
Wow.
You only met like 3 times, 3 or 4 times.
there was a discussion, regarding some of the legislation that came down at the state level, specific to immigration as well. But perhaps it's not as needed, because I think there was a lot of urgency, last year and now.
And I think it's
Yeah.
part of our ledge plot.
I mean,
So-
on the ledge, yeah, I think you could do the ledge stuff on the ledge committee, and then this one, I know there's been other stuff that has happened, but I know the intention was a little bit different on this one, so unless the council members want to meet and put a plan together, but if not, I would recommend that we remove it. And unless you guys have a desire to keep it and put a plan together of what the purpose would be.
What do you mean?
To remove them.
No. What do you mean about the plan?
Well, this one was, the task force was to improve the quality of life, existing and future immigrants by providing resources and accurate information to ensure trust in local government. So if you guys met, if you guys met 3 times, I mean, what was the outcome? I guess I'm just trying to see what's the purpose of it now. I know we've had different events that have happened, but not necessarily, I think it was more of an overall
Yes.
city.
I do understand, and if that needs to remove it, it's okay. Yeah, I don't mind, but I've been the policy and procedure has been almost 3 years, and I haven't heard anything from the committee either. So I don't see, I don't also see the point of it.
Oh, we have, I think there's been a lot of stuff that we've done on the policy and procedures that have come back in different
So
times, and
For clarification, I have asked for it to be agendized. a couple times.
So, yeah, because I haven't heard anything. In the whole year, I didn't hear anything.
Yeah.
The previous year, I never heard any changes.
No, we've actually made a lot of changes, and I know we've asked for some of those to come back, which some of them have. So we can keep it, so I'm just asking, I mean, if your preference is to keep it, we can keep it.
Yeah, I
and
like
make
to
no
keep it.
changes to it, so, we'll keep it.
Mhm.
Okay, so City of Soledad transaction and use tax, okay, that's not ours.
yeah,
'cause,
that's not-
Yeah.
Okay, Miramonte, affordable, yep, so that's me and Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalo Sanchez. So that stays. Okay, Soledad Historical Society, then we have Representative, Councilwoman Banuelos, and then alternate,
Yeah.
Councilmember Caldera. Okay. Okay, so I think then we got everything. So
Yes.
with the only thank you, thank you for.
I have
Through
a
the
comment.
chair.
Oh,
Through the chair,
Yeah.
sorry. For the CAC, Citizens Advisory Committee, they changed it to second Wednesdays, not Thursdays.
Okay,
So we
perfect.
can just update it.
Yeah, thank you.
I had a recommendation, maybe, I guess. I know that since we're transitioning, we're in a state of transition with our Parks and Recreation Director. I think it would be a good time to kind of form some ad hoc committee to review kind of the services that have been provided to see if it still makes sense for the community and to kind of come up with some sort of like engagement tool also with the community to make sure that we're offering, I guess, adequate services when it comes to recreation activities.
I, through the chair, would say that, they had a group in the past that, was really hard to meet. It was really, and it really actually stymied some of the work of the rec staff. And so I think it would be better instead of, ad hoc group, if you have specific, things, information that council wants feedback or survey, because they're consistent, they're constantly, asking, when they do a program, what level of, satisfaction. So if there's something that you really are interested in, that would be helpful to know, and that's something that we could work on. We also have our strategic plan related that you guys spent a lot of time related to recreational activities and parks priorities. And quite honestly, the meetings are great, but it does take quite a bit of effort for staff to coordinate and to be there. So, I mean, if that's a priority. The other thing is, we are going to be hiring someone new. So I'd like that person to get their feet wet and kind of be able to assess before we set up a group, a subcommittee. But maybe that's something when that person is identified and hired, we can revisit. But I think the timing is not perfect right now.
Through the chair, Megan, I'm sorry. Are we doing something for Jessica? Is she leaving this end of this month?
She's not leaving at the end of this month. She's agreed to stay on through the end of March. While we, onboard during the transition.
So Megan, to that point, I think maybe when we have that person come on board, I know in the past we've had, and this was way back then, they did have a committee or like a rec and parks group, right? We didn't have our recreation department. But there was, I know Selena's in some of the other jurisdictions do have a recreation kind of committee, some type of ad hoc, right? Especially as we have a lot of activities now. I think it'd be, and not necessarily, I think we can really define what we want and what we want it to look like. But I think having community members or representation from a variety of different whether it's the arts or whether it's different, mix of folks to be part of an ad hoc, to be able to look at what are some of the other services and what are some of the other resources, right? As we're really trying to support bringing in more capacity and resources to our recreation center and to bring in more services, is maybe looking at establishing some kind of a committee to be able to support that and to be able to have the engagement and being able to work to be able to see, are we bringing in the services? What are some of that community satisfaction engagement? I think that's really important to be able to have. We haven't had it because we were trying to stand up our department and in 4 years, right? I mean, I think what we've done has been great, but now it's an opportunity for us to really engage in those conversations, especially as we're transitioning, unfortunately, as Jessica is leaving, now having an opportunity to bring somebody on board and saying, how do we move into trying to do some of that?
Yeah, and I just wanted to say I'm bringing it up because I've gotten some feedback from residents that they enjoy the services that are there, but they would really like to see more services for like adult population. I know our median age is about 32, and I don't know if we have that many recreational opportunities for folks outside of basketball. And this is just something that I've heard a few times, so I thought maybe it would be timely to have some sort of discussion or having like two members of council kind of meet to see like how we can further survey or see like what type of activities, because folks say, I want to see activities. They don't really say what type, but I think it'd be something beneficial.
So through the chair, we did do an extensive process through the Parks and Master Plan that you adopted. And it's not that we don't know what people want the services. A lot of the issues have to do with capacity and willingness for coaches. Like we have, I think Jessica is prioritizing and wants to do more adult programming, but we don't have individuals that do want to do the coaching, and it's very hard to get the league participation. One thing that would be helpful is we have a huge capital campaign, and yet we haven't really undertaken that. And if there's that would be my suggestion. If there's a group of residents and council who want to formulate a group to help us really focus on capital campaign and funding for programming, so we can maybe attract, because we have a blueprint for services, which is our Parks and Recreation Master Plan and the strategic plan. If we have that as a blueprint, and one of the things in both plans, but in the Parks Plan, it does call out for adult programming. So it's money, coaches, and so maybe if it's more focused on something tangible like that, helping to get the strategic plan implemented, that would be helpful.
To the
But if-
chair.
Sorry, let me go
Yeah.
back, but just to go back to, and I know we need to move on because we're going down a different than what we're starting with our city council appointment process, but on the ad hoc committee would be more of the city council committee. So for that, that could be a discussion to be agendized for a different, right? So maybe let's bring it up to be agendized, Mayor Pro Tem, so that way that could be a discussion of, just more of a recommendation of how that's gonna look like, what's the purpose. And that would be more of an internal, not necessarily out then, it would be more of a council led, and what would be the purpose, and so more specific. But let's bring it back for a different discussion, because this is the council appointment process, let's finalize that so we can come back. Yeah.
And just so I know when,
So we don't we're getting out of the topic area.
I just want to know
Yep.
what the expectation of when to.
I know, but I want to bring this back.
I just want to know when the expectation is to agendize it, because
Yeah, we'll come back under future agenda items.
Okay,
Yeah, so
thank
we'll,
you.
we'll bring it back. We'll discuss it under future agenda items and then, so, but let's close this. My role is
Okay.
going to be to bring us back so we can finish the city council appointment committee process, and then we still have one more item to discuss before we go into the other portions. So is it related to the council appointments?
I think it was just a quick comment that, I think we could roll it over and then maybe partner up with the Civics Academy ladies and
So
then
let's
we
discuss
connect
it
it.
under future agenda items?
Future agendas, yeah.
Yeah, but I was willing to make a comment, but it seems like just you two could make comments and then move it on.
No, so my role is we're making comments, but I
Uh-huh.
realize that we're making comments are outside of the scope of what we're talking about under the city council appointment. So I want to make sure we're not going into a rabbit hole of other things that we're not supposed to be discussing. And bringing us back to, hey, we're in the city council appointment comments and bringing us back to the conversation of maybe that's a conversation for future agenda items then, not necessarily this conversation. So I'm gonna try to wrap us up because I know we go into like all these other
No,
areas.
I understand, but
So
that comment should have been when he proposed it. Let's talk about it later on.
Yes,
agenda.
and I'm trying, council member, to try to make sure that I'm capturing it at different times. So if I didn't capture it earlier, I apologize, but I'm trying to get us back on track as much as when I'm capturing it at
After
those
both of
times.
you guys mentioned.
Well,
Yes,
you know what?
I understand that.
It's not in purpose, so I hope you're not,
Seems like-
I hope you're not insinuating that I just, we're trying to have a conversation and excluding you and excluding us.
Exactly when she said that she wants to make a comment, you said, oh, let's bring it back to what
Okay,
we're doing.
so
So
point
if-
of order, I want to make sure
Okay.
it's not being said that that I'm being excluding you and Councilwoman Banuelos, because that's not what's happening. So I want to make sure I'm bringing us back to those conversations, and I'm going to try as hard as I can as a chair of this board to ensure that, I lead us back into the conversations that we need to be having at the time that we need to be having it. So that's my job, and apologize if I don't do it at certain times, but I'm gonna try to do it as much as I can moving forward. So, thank you. Okay, so let's move on then.
So are you I'm a little unclear now. Are you taking action on the appointments this evening?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, okay. So we
so
just
we need
need,
an
uh,
action, we
we
need,
need a motion for the approval of the resolution.
So move.
Second,
There's, Mike, just to clarify, no resolution.
I thought there
No,
was. a
no.
resolution.
No, there's not.
No, it's just approving the appointments.
approving the appointments.
We didn't have a resolution last year. Maybe we should have, but
Okay,
that-
so, well, we need to have some action to
Recommended that the city
memorialize the
council-
action. So by way of a minute motion, then we still need to have a full vote on the approval of
yes.
the appointments.
so just, it's recommended that the city council, the city of Soledad appoint the mayor pro tem to the 2026 term.
Right.
It's also recommended
So
that the
you
mayor.
made the recommendations for the appointments and they need to approve them. And the only way that we can memorialize the fact they were approved is by way of a minute motion, not a resolution, but a minute motion and vote that
Mhm.
everybody agrees with the appointments that you've recommended.
Okay,
So move.
And then, just to clarify, there was one small change, which was to add Councilmember
Okay.
Banuelos as an alternate to the
If-
CFC.
if approved,
If
If
approved.
Mhm.
yes,
So move.
You move?
As with the, yes.
Yes.
as a minute motion.
Right.
Second,
And then
Okay.
I think there was a first and a second here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Okay, so with that then, thank you, so we'll move on, and so,
Do we have to take a vote?
oh yeah, okay,
Yes.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. Thank you, council. So let's move on. Changes to the Brown Act under SB 707, and just a matter of warning and caution is stick to the subject matter, please. So any conversations, let's have it be in relation to what we're discussing tonight. And it's on SB 707. And I'll turn it over to our city attorney.
God knows why we decided to have this be the last item tonight. And I know that it's been kind of a hectic meeting, so I'm gonna just go through this particular item, which is SB 707. basically SB 707 was approved by the governor in October of 2025. And you probably heard, because it's been sort of mentioned in various information sources, that I'm sure council members are aware of, that there are sweeping changes to the Brown Act. And to some extent that's true, but and most of the changes have to do with teleconference rules, maintaining your website, enhancing the ability of members of the public to participate, those sorts of things. But the thing that's important to remember about SB 707 is that they broke the requirements down into two separate categories. And one is for eligible legislative bodies and for non-eligible legislative bodies. And so the eligible legislative bodies are the ones who have the lion's share, the heavy burden of the new changes that have been made to the Brown Act. We, as a city of less than 30,000 in population, and also located in a county with less than a population of 60,000, are not an eligible legislative body, and so therefore we do not have to comply with the some of these rather significant changes to the Brown Act. But all that being said, there are some general changes that were made to the Brown Act that are applicable to all cities, notwithstanding their designation as either an eligible legislative body or not. So I thought we should just walk through those real quickly. The first has to do with alternative teleconferencing rules. SB 707 leaves intact the system that we've used for a long time, where somebody wants to participate remotely for a meeting, and that is advance notice. We put the address from which they're participating on the agenda. We had to do all roll call votes. You had to make your home accessible to the public. I've been doing this 30-something years. I don't think that's ever happened. But if somebody wanted to come and use your front room as a meeting site and so forth, that old system remains intact. It has no restrictions or changes. It can be used as often as you want, as long as the notice is in advance and we're complying with that. But what the SB 707 did is to establish 7 new categories of special meetings, and each one of those special meetings has a set of separate rules. Not exactly sure why they decided to do that, but they did. For our purposes, the ones that are the most relevant are the ones that refer to just cause. They made some changes to just cause, and they also made some changes to create some new categories for emergencies, both state and local emergencies, and rules to abide by. You don't need to know all those rules, but we will have them set forth for us to use and for your clerk to use in the case of a state or a local emergency and so forth. The rules basically sort of follow what we've been doing recently with respect to somebody who wants to use the just cause rules. You have to allow the public to appear remotely and listen in as to what's going on. You have to identify each teleconferencing member and the specific provisional law that they're referring to, and the teleconferencing member must disclose whether any individual 18 years or older is in the remote location from which the member is participating, in a relationship with the person in the room. Those are sort of the universal rules that apply to all 7 of these new categories, but there's some additional rules, modification for each separate category. So it's super complex. Leave it to staff, especially in the emergency, hopefully category in middle of meetings will not take place. But, you know, within the last 10 years, we've had storms and we've had COVID and we've had those sorts of things. We have had to rely upon emergency rules. With the just cause exception, various members of the council have been able to use the just cause exception in the last couple of years. They've expanded. There's a couple of new definitions for what just cause may or may not be, which is nice. And they got rid of the council has to vote as to whether or not they agree that you actually have just cause. All you need to do now is notify somebody that you fall within one of the just cause definitions, and you will be able to participate in the meeting. So that was always sort of awkward. I always wondered what would happen if we were in a situation where the council decided that they didn't accept somebody's statement of just cause, and how we would go about proving yes or no. And it was a mess. So I'm glad that they clarified that situation. There's another, in light of an attorney general's opinion that came down, that if you are a disabled member of a council, a city council, you can participate in meetings remotely without having to rely on any of those rules. And that's basically just in compliance with the Americans with Disability Act and other laws within the state that allow accommodations to be made to disabled folks. So you bypass all these rules and regulations for remote participation, and you therefore have to, and then you can participate. Obviously, you have to identify what your disability is and so forth. It has to be recognized. One of the things that I'm asking for direction tonight is for us to go ahead and direct staff to prepare a set of rules and regs that would apply to accommodating folks who are disabled in their participation in council meetings. The second big change that's the universal is subsidiary body teleconferencing rules. We've always sort of wondered about whether or not this could happen. So for instance, if you have a committee or something along those lines, and there's only 2 members appointed, but we're still following the Brown Act, could you do those meetings completely remotely? And the answer to that question now is yes, you can. There's a set of rules that we have to follow for that as well. The most important thing to remember, though, is that the subsidiary body has to be completely advisory. They can't be a decision-making body in any way or form. Again, that's one of those things staff will take a look at. We'll look at the advisory bodies, the subcommittees that we have, and decide whether or not you can do those remotely. And then if they do, what set of rules will apply. There's another set of changes that they made for multi-jurisdictional body teleconferencing. So if you're a member of a group that's countywide and has representatives from all the cities or various cities and so forth, you will now be able to have those meetings have remote participation as well. The thing that's not within our control, though. It actually has to happen at the committee level as well. So like, I don't know, just think of what's a TAMC is a good one, right? And so the TAMC board would have to decide, yes, we're going to allow this, and here's what the rules and regs are going to be.
I think they agree.
Yeah, I think they're going to. Some of the, and then there's a whole sort of like miscellaneous set of rules and regs that are now applied to the Brown Act, the changes. So there used to be the examples, I'll run through them quickly. There used to be a committee exception to public comment requirements. So if a committee actually held a public hearing and a meeting and they invited the public, there was public participation, their decision when it came to the council as a whole for decision-making would not have to allow public comment on those committee decisions and so forth. You just bring the committee recommendation, council takes action, does not take any. They now the council must allow public comment on an item that appeared before a committee if, and then they give it. For us, that's not a problem because as a matter of good practice, we have always had a recommendation. So if a committee's making some sort of recommendation and so forth, and it comes before the city council, we've always allowed public comment on that. And I think that's just a policy we will continue to do. Everybody's just catching up with our good practice. You have to provide a copy of the Brown Act to anybody who is elected to the city council. Again, everybody's just catching up with our good practice. We've been doing that for the 30 years that I've been the city attorney, is to provide a copy of the Brown Act. In fact, it's the law is written, it says new members who are appointed or elected, but we will be providing an electronic copy of the amended Brown Act to every council member right now. So you'll have the new copy with all the new changes. We have to now also post the special meeting agendas. In the past, when we've called the special meeting and so forth, you now have to post those on your website. So yeah, and so again, a lot of this seems to be, to my mind, sort of people catching up with what the good practices in the city of Soledad have been for a long time. Disruptive teleconference conduct. The law has been in existence for a while that when you had people that were being disruptive in your city chambers, you could do various things and sort of escalating scale of response. You could have them removed from the chambers if they're truly disruptive. What wasn't clear was whether or not that law actually also pertained to people who were participating remotely. The dreaded Zoom bombing that was going on a few years back when we were in COVID. And the answer now is yes, the Brown Act's been amended to say that the same principles apply to people who are participating remotely. And if they're disruptive, you can actually remove them from the meetings by simply putting them off or disconnecting their participation. And so that's basically the changes that I think that you folks need to be aware of. I looked for, because I don't want to recreate the wheel, I looked for a good matrix of changes and haven't actually been able to find one, but I'm still looking. And if I find a good one, I will supply everybody with a copy of a matrix of all the changes. I have one that was done by the special districts. That's okay. But I don't think that it really covers the things that are the most important to you folks. I had the League of Cities presentation, thanks to the mayor. She gave that to me. And I have one that was prepared by a law firm, but it seems to have skipped some of the ones that I think are most important to us because the big law firms are representing cities that are these eligible folks, right, who have to cover a lot more ground. So as soon as I find one, I will do that. Otherwise, it may be something I assign to some poor associate in our office to prepare. They belong to you. So this evening, all that we're doing is having asking you to recommend that staff undertake 3 different actions, and that is that the city should prepare and adopt a procedure for receiving and resolving requests for reasonable accommodation. I mentioned that to you. That the council should adopt a resolution at a future meeting requiring that a copy of the Brown Act be provided. Not positive it has to be a resolution, and we'll look into whether or not we could just adopt a policy that says every time that somebody's new that they come in. And then the council should adopt a resolution or a policy requiring that its agenda be posted on its website. Again, this is just covering the base when I'm not here or Darlene's not here and some other future clerk and city attorney has to make sure that those things happen. So pretty simple direction that we're asking you to give.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Mike, for bringing this before us, and thank you for clarifying that of what's applicable to us and what's not.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
was
at
pretty
first,
daunting when I first saw.
I was like you, I was somewhat horrified. So for instance, one of the rules that now applies to the eligible folks is that if there's a disruption in their internet service or the ability of folks to communicate remotely, they have to pause at least an hour and wait around to see if the system can be restored. If it can't, then only then can they then resume the meeting. So there's this mandatory 1 hour waiting period, which is something I'm happy that we can avoid. So.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so let me take it out to the public that's joining us via Zoom to see if there's any comments on the item numbers 7 in regards to changes to the Brown Act under SB 707. So let me take it out to the public to see if there's any public that wants to make comment on this item. So anyone joining us via Zoom? And so I see no hands raised for anyone that wants to make a comment. Okay. So I will bring it to the council. Let me start with Councilmember Caldera, and I'll just work my way this way. So any comments?
No comments. I believe that our city attorney has done his homework and move forward.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez.
I do have a quick question, like for clarity. And I know on the staff report, it says that we don't fall under an eligible legislative body because it's a city with a population of at least 30,000 or a city located in a county with a population of 60,000 or more. But don't we live in a county with 60,000 or more?
We do not. Monterey County has a population of, I think I looked somewhere in the neighborhood of 459,000.
Oh, okay. I think it's a typo then. So then it's supposed to say 600,000. Because I'm going off the staff report.
Oh, okay.
It did the same.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
That's what I was like, Salinas is like
60.
twice
Oh,
the.
it's at 60,000.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, 600,000.
Thank you. That was it. That's all I had.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Cabrera.
No questions. I was gonna request a copy, but he's gonna.
Yeah, I will do it for sure.
I'm fine.
Okay, Councilwoman Bonilla.
No, we just need to be ready for change, and we've been doing that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and thank you, Mike, for bringing this to us. Yeah, and so, okay, so with that, then I entertain a motion then, based on the council report and what we are going to recommend, based on, Mike's recommendation and what's on the council, agenda, then that we, approve, just based on the items 1, 2, 3, based on the council report, and the direction that we're giving tonight is to recommend the city council and direct staff to initiate the following actions that are listed on, can we just say?
Right, we
those
just,
that
I
are
just,
listed on one,
yeah, I
two,
just need
Just
direction. If
direction.
That's generally, there's a consensus that, that we should pursue those three.
Yes.
action items.
Okay, so can I get a
Yes.
motion to pursue those 3 action items and a consensus?
No, we don't need-
Okay,
Direction,
yeah.
direction. If we got a
We have
consensus, that's
consensus
fine.
for the council?
That's good
Yes.
enough.
Okay,
Agree.
perfect. So I think there's a consensus. So if you can proceed with that, thank you so much for bringing that to us.
Thank you for
tonight.
catching that 60,000. I can see why that would have generated some.
I was like
confusion, right?
confused, but I knew that
Yeah.
I was
It does
missing
say some
something.
I think, you know what, I actually remember what happened. I typed in 3 zeros after the 6 and I said like, oh, I've got to correct that. And I think when I corrected that, I instantly took that too. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, oh.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Usually I have the eagle eyes,
do
but
it.
I had the eagle eye for this one apparently for this packet.
Catch
I
that
saw it,
either.
But I saw that 30,000 CDU, so I said,
I actually was
Dude,
surprised that
yeah.
Monterey County did not, more
Yeah.
than, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
So anyway,
I was on that webinar and I was like freaked out because there was so much stuff.
Yeah.
And so I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
ah, okay. Okay, good. So let's move on then to our next item before we move on to, before we agendize, let's move on to mayor reports and acknowledgements, and then we'll go on to council reports. Okay, so Darlene, are we ready? Okay, so I'll go ahead and get started. So on December 4th, I participated in a Zoom meeting with Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez, Megan, Jessica Potts, and Artemisa Delgado from the Soledad Unified School District and members of the community farmers to plan a distribution of 100 boxes of fresh organic produce to be distributed here to Soledad families that were identified by the school district. And then on the same day, I also met with Matt Huerta from MBEB to discuss the city's needs regarding workforce development, job opportunities, and the work that MBEB is doing around air mobility in our region and how we can better align with our visions and our goals, and continue to work with them. And then on that same day, I also hosted Partners for Peace, the Soledad Step Up Mentoring Program, youth at the Soledad City Council chambers to discuss the role of local government, the mayor and council's roles. We held a mock city council meeting here with the students. They were able to role play being mayor and council members. They discussed the Narcan vending machine that was part of their mayor report, their council report. This is the second year that they've asked me to host the youth, and it's been amazing to see how they get excited to be in the dais and to act as our city council and mayor. So it was pretty exciting. And then on the 5th, I participated in the tree lighting ceremony along with the other council members. And so thank you to the community members that came out and to all the staff as well that participated and put that together. So thank you. It was great to see the community come out. And then on the 6th, I participated in the Christmas parade. So thank you to all the committee members and all of our city staff also for a successful parade. And then on the 8th, I met with Councilwoman Manolos and Mr. Craig Stevens to discuss the concerns he had related to the historical museum lease, the request for the city to consider submitting a grant application to the California Natural Resources Agency, and then also the city's future plan for the building. And on the 9th, I met with Megan and Eric to discuss the history and vision of the community engagement position. And then I met with Megan as part of our one-on-one. And then also on that same day, I participated in a Zoom with Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez, Megan, Eric, and Jessica, and the Catholic Charities to plan the CalFresh and Medica workshop scheduled for tomorrow here at City Chambers. And then on the 11th, I attended the Community Farmers Produce Distribution at the Family Resource Center, where they distributed 100 boxes of organic produce to our Soledad family. So we're really thankful for that partnership and for the collective that we're able to come and really make sure that our community had that resource. And also on that same day was Lieutenant George Arilla's promotion ceremony here at City Hall. So congratulations to him, to his family, and to our department as well. And for him, for over 20 years of his service to the city of Soledad. And then on the 13th, I attended the Soledad Holiday Market, brought some local goodies from our regional vendors, and then I attended the Holly Jolly Christmas at the community center. So it was really great events put together by our staff. And on the 15th, I had a one-on-one with Megan. On this same day, I also met with Megan, Beatriz, and Eric. And we met with Mr. Neftali Said Perez Gonzalez, the Consul General of Mexico, to establish a partnership to work together in 2016, where we'll be bringing 2 mobile consulates events to Soledad and 2 events focused on services and tools offered by the consulate. And then we also held our first Miramonte Affordable Housing Ad Hoc Committee to discuss the proposed phase 1 and phase 2 of allowing potential duets to increase moderate income opportunities to our city, to ensure we have more affordable housing, and we established our schedule for the monthly meeting. So with that, just want to say happy holidays, Merry Christmas to our community, to all of our staff, and also good luck to all of our college students who finished their finals and are home for the holidays, and congratulations for completing another school year. Thank you. Okay, so with that, I will turn it over to Councilwoman Bañuelos.
Okay, I'm gonna use my 3 minutes. So I am just gonna highlight, I went to 16 events and I'm just gonna highlight a few. December 11th, attended the promotion at City Hall for Lieutenant Ariella. Much deserved promotion to you, Lieutenant Ariella. On December 12th, I was honored to be MC again for annual Cops Giving Tree at Soledad Community Center, where community members from CTF, Salinas Valley State Prison, Soledad Unified School District, local residents, and Soledad PD joined to provide dinner, table activities, photo booths, raffle and giveaways, and Santa Claus with gifts. Thank you to Sun Street Steps Group for taking lead on the table activities for all the families who attended. And also December 12th, I attended on behalf of the City of Soledad, General Manager, CEO Patrick Matthews' retirement in Salinas, and also provided a proclamation for his years of service in the Salinas Valley Recycles. December 13th, I attended the Wreaths Across America at the Soledad Cemetery, shared some words, and thank you for those who were attending. And big shout out to Girls Scout Troop 35308, led by Carissa McCann, and the American Legion Post 32 was in attendance. And thank you to Ron Panzier for doing the opening and closing invocation. On the 13th, also attended and supported the holiday market, promoted on my own social media and purchased from local business owners. And big shout out and thank you to Tencia from the Economic Development Department, Soledad Chamber of Commerce, and Small Business Development Center for collaborating and bringing this to Soledad. And also Merry Christmas to all of you. Happy Kwanzaa, Hanukkah, Feliz Navidad to all our residents and staff, and to our community members. See you tomorrow. For those who need help with the CalFresh Medi-Cal, and support our holiday market this weekend. And I also want to use my last 30 seconds in silence to honor Luis Portillo, who passed away last week, and his daughter Lydia, who passed away on Monday, and the shootings in Chicago, and for the Reiner family. Me and the Portillo family played softball together many years ago in co-ed when we had a league. And the Chicago families and communities and friends of the Reiner family were praying for you in silence. So I want to give this 30 seconds in silence for me. Thank you.
Mine is really short. I participated in the tree lighting on the 5th. The 6th, I also participated with the Christmas parade. And I was mostly sick throughout that week, but I was eating lunch with the city staff yesterday. That was really good. And yeah, I was not able to attend the eighth for that time MST meeting because I was in a doctor's appointment for 3 hours. So that's it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalo Sanchez.
Yeah, so on the 4th of December, I met with community farmers to discuss a collaboration. I was able to connect also with Catholic Charities. So that's where the conversation came about tomorrow's event. So on the 9th, we met with Catholic Charities for a collaboration for tomorrow's event. And then today I also participated in the media briefing for the event and posted on my own social media. So again, that's tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. here in the council chambers. On the 11th, I attended Lieutenant Ariola's promotion ceremony, and I also want to show gratitude to Chief Patrick Valenzuela, who has been doing these recognition ceremonies for our officers. And then on the 15th, we met as the Miramonte Subcommittee to discuss options to bring to council at a later time. I might get the date wrong, but I'm pretty sure Councilwoman Bañuelos and I were let know of an event at La Plaza Bakery this Sunday. Picture with Santa. Everyone's invited. Bring the kiddos. I also wanted to use a quick point of personal privilege. One of my favorite artists, Lana Del Rey, has now had the surpassed the longest charting album from a female singer, 11.8 years in the Billboard 200, which is pretty cool. And then I also wanted to express my condolences for those killed at the Brown University shooting. As many of us know, former Soledad resident is running for mayor for Providence, Rhode Island, and I want to express my condolences and send my thoughts to him and to the community of Providence. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, mine's short too. On December the 5th, I attended the tree lighting along with the rest of the council members. December the 6th, attended the parade, city parade, which was actually a lot of fun. December 11th, I attended the Officer Arreola promoted to lieutenant along with everybody else. Also on the 12th, attended the community cops giving along with Councilmember Manuelos. And the 16th, had a briefing with Megan, and that is it.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll turn it over to Megan for a city manager report.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm a little bit tongue-tied today. I think when the technology goes down, I don't react to the best. So apologies for that. I did want to let folks know that I will be out of town from December 19th through January 2nd. I will be available. I'm taking my cell phone and I anticipate taking my laptop. So I'll probably be answering emails and whatnot. So council can still reach me. And while I'm away, if there's anything urgent, Beatrice, the first week is going to be in charge manning the ship. And then Chief Valenzuela after the 27th December until I return on the 2nd. The 2 days that may be a little hard to reach me is the 19th when I'm flying and the 2nd when I'm flying back. So anyhow, don't be shy though. If anything comes up, really feel free to call me. The Narcan kiosk was delivered and installed. We will be rescheduling the ribbon cutting. it was kind of a mess, and I think we should have probably taken more charge of the ribbon cutting than we did. We were trying to be good partners with the county. And unfortunately, the machine did not show up in time to do the ribbon cutting, but we're hoping to do a bigger event that really focuses on the impacts of fentanyl and opioid on the community. I think many of you mentioned tomorrow that we have the enrollment for CalFresh and or Medi-Cal. And just if people can continue to promote, if you know folks who are undocumented, that the December 31st is the cutoff for those services. So, encourage them to enroll, and we'll send you out information so that if people can't attend tomorrow, they can actually do it on the phone. So, if people are concerned about it, so we'll make sure each of you have that information so you can promote that through your channels. And then lastly, just a reminder that if you missed the holiday market this past weekend, it's also going to occur this coming weekend, Saturday and Sunday. So you can continue to support. And that's it.
Okay, thank you, Megan. So future agenda items, and I'll start with Councilwoman Canelas.
I don't know if it should be agendized, but maybe bring back the Civics Academy to connect with the manager, the economic manager, Eric.
They
Or
have,
they have,
they
okay.
have, and they will. We actually had a meeting with the Civics Academy. I probably should have mentioned it to talk about the potential fire parcel tax.
Okay.
And so Eric is, obviously he's brand new. I think this is his second week, but he's getting his feet under him, and that's part of his responsibilities is to get that rolling again.
Okay.
I don't know if it's an agenda, but I would like to hear a report about the zero. What is the program with TAMSI?
Oh, the Vision Zero?
Vision Zero, and see how they're going. I think that the previous presentation was last year. Was it last year or
Workshop.
early this
Yeah.
year? So
Yeah, so we
see how
could,
it goes, and
if you want, and I guess maybe the mayor could even ask if they wanted to do periodically from time to time, we have presentations from outside, like TAMSI, 3CE, we had one. If you like, maybe the mayor could reach out and see if TAMSI would be available. Probably not January, but maybe anytime after
and are we,
January 14th.
are we doing something with safe routes to school? It's not a project that is.
It's still
being-
part of TAMSI, so they still have, it's still part of their plan, part of their.
Yeah.
plan.
Just an update on those two.
Yeah, I could probably give you the briefest of updates, which is they agreed to fund a grant writer to help us with the ATP application to resubmit for Safe Routes.
Because I was trying to find information on the website, but I couldn't find exactly where.
But we could ask them to do
Yeah.
that too.
Mhm.
Both things.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem and Public Safety.
The Parks and Rec ad hoc conversation.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
Oh, and also if we could get a presentation from the Soledad Marketplace developer.
okay.
Yes.
On my radar, on my list.
Just an update, is that what you're looking?
I think we,
Yes.
asked
I think,
for it.
yes, and it's not that I'm ignoring. I think the update will be much more important in February than now. So I probably should let you know that there's some things in the horizon that might be great for Soledad, but we won't know until that point. So.
And I think when we ask for those, Megan, just if we can know, because I know I've been asking for them just to kind of like, hey, it's gonna happen, but maybe not till February. So I don't keep it on my radar either. Just kind of like, hey, it's gonna happen. I keep updates on what I ask for, but just it's gonna happen in February.
Yeah, and I apologize. We were hoping it would be sooner than that, but whatever's in the works is kind of gotten pushed back. But yes, February is now what we're projecting.
Okay. Councilmember, there.
Nothing here.
Okay. And for me, just, it's not really a future agenda item, but I know we've made policy changes, when we've met in regards to the policy committee. So can we send those changes to all the council members? I know that we've had changes that we've done several months ago. So I thought we had emailed those.
I think we haven't actually formally, we've moved some items forward in terms of meeting protocols. So that I think we have shared, but we can reshare with
Yeah.
everyone.
Can we reshare?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think we had also discussed the certificate items, right? At that last meeting, and I think we also talked about
Yeah.
like eating at the dais. I think,
I think we had several of them. If we can just share what we have.
yeah.
So,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
we're all eating here, but yeah,
Not-
but if we can
but-
discuss what we have, I mean, not. So, yeah, that's mine. So we can just move forward with that. And if, okay, so if we could just do that. And then before we adjourn, I do want to adjourn. Again, I know Mayor Pro Tem did mention this, but I do have that as well for me. Adjourn in memory of the victims of the shooting at Brown University, the community, so just our condolences to the community of Providence, Rhode Island. And obviously, one of our own former residents, David Morales, who currently does serve on the Rhode Island House of Representatives, serving the 7th District. So our condolences to him. And also the 15 victims killed in the anti-Semitic mass shooting in Australia's Bondi Beach. So our hearts and prayers are with their families as well. So with that, I adjourn this meeting at 9:49. Thank you.